Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dweck also being taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and Booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Gina Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Man, it's the game played. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS Divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Focus again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tụi Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
EVOS cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go. There you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and that also have been taken out. And now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
The Cheetah Airlines still doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they are good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, fan-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, champion rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
It's the game played. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And the electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tự quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
EVOS cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go. There you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Brad also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Gina Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, Week 6, Day number 2, and we are getting close to the end of the knockout stage. Teams are battling it out for the spot to join the 6 teams waiting for the grand finals. And the voices that you will guide you through today's matches. I am Neptune the General Garcia with my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
It's yet another beautiful day here. Saturdays are the best days to watch some fantastic Free Fire matches out there. And we've got 6 games coming up for you guys. And we're looking for the top 6 teams, just like Neptune said. And all of this is powered up by our official partners, Red Bull, the official energy drink partner to be specific for both the spring and fall FFWSC 2025 seasons.
Yeah, definitely, and this is powered up, definitely. And there's a lot of changes that has been happening, especially now that most of the top dogs, as we keep saying, is already waiting for the grand finals. They're out of picture right now. The remaining 12 are the ones in battle, and these are our prediction for today's matches. No specific order, just the 3 teams that might be performing for today.
Yeah, I like that. All right, so both of you and I are pretty much the same when it comes to our support for Vietnam as well as Indonesia, but there's a little bit of a variance here. You think Expand is going to be one of the top performing teams in here today? It's very interesting. I think they did show us a little bit of an impressive move yesterday. They did better than Vamos, which is very shocking. Vamos is the senior squad from Malaysia, but at the end of the day, they haven't really been able to cut it at the top of the leaderboard on any one of these days, right? But you know, miracles can happen. Today is one of those days where those miracles are probably a little bit higher on the chances, higher on the rate of possibility, mainly because, like you mentioned as well, the top 6 teams have already gone on to the grand finals already. We've got many of the underdogs now running in the competition, trying to look for these points now.
And some of which might look like they're running away for the first or probably the second, maybe the third as well. But this is what everyone is fighting for. The ones in the battle today, same goes for the ones waiting in the grand finals for that championship, $100,000 US. But from everything in terms of placement right here, we also have the team of the day, and this is, you keep mentioning why Evo's Divine wants to play the long run.
Oh yeah,
I think it's because of economy. This is the reason why.
I actually totally did not realize that. You are absolutely correct. The longer they are here, the more they get to dominate, and especially in the final week, every single day is a possible extra 250 USD in the pocket for EOS Divine. Well, they pulled it away yesterday. There's a high probability they pull it away today as well, unless, of course, we've got some of the other teams waking up in here. I'm definitely looking at that one Thai team, CRM, the only Thai team that has not found the qualification to the grand finals just yet. But, of course, looking at the timetable here, once again, we are on the final week of phase 2 of our knockout stage, where at the end of 3 days of battle, a total of 18 games, the top 6 teams will qualify to the grand finals. The bottom 6 will be eliminated.
Yeah, for those who are confused because of the change of pace that we have in phase number 2, that is what's happening right now. For this week, we have 3 days of battle to get the top 6. It's compared to the previous weeks wherein we get the top 1 and they proceed to the grand final. So that is what's happening right now. It will be shown. It is being shown right now, especially on phase number 2. And that will be the last phase. I mean, the last part of this phase before we head there, and I'm loving it. The teams have been making their way. They're showing up this time around differently compared to what we've seen in phase 1 and the first part of phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Point system as usual. You hit the booyah, you walk away with 12 points. Slightly lesser if you get the second spot with a total of 9 points. You minus 1 point for every single consecutive position that you take on the overall leaderboard. 11th and 12th spot, though, gets you absolutely nothing. Every elimination gets you a single point. But if you do end up on a tiebreaker situation, the tiebreaker rules are on your left-hand side. We follow the number of booyahs, followed by eliminations, and then finally the ranking in the final game to call a absolute tiebreaker, and that has never failed us before.
Yeah, and this is one thing that is looking like will not be failing us at this point in terms of excitement and how the teams are utilizing it. The unique active skill that everyone has showed us that they can do a lot more, a lot different compared to what we've seen from the past. No more spamming of the Tsuyas, A124, even the Coda, especially if the Coda, if you have everyone or probably just 2, you have more advantage in the battlefield, and probably that's the introduction or why that has been introduced as well.
And of course, for the grand finals for Battle Royale, you can look for a brand new champion rush format. We have a potential maximum 10 games. The objective is to reach 80 points to activate the champion rush for the following game. And in the following game, if you get a booyah, you are crowned the champion. If you don't, we continue all the way up to a maximum of 10 games. By the end of 10 games, if still nobody completes the champion rush condition, we will take a look at the team that has the most number of points and crown them the champion.
And now we have the live broadcast situation challenge. LBS, whether it's battle points, special challenge, or elimination race, there is a challenge for each team or for two teams, or if not, entire region. And then later on, we're going to see who is going against who. But from the past, we've seen results wherein some have shown their great talents in terms of dancing, beauty, and
questionable.
Questionable.
You know, I really love the fact that I think they did this on the fly. I have a feeling like they initially were just taking two teams or two regions to go up against each other. And then they realized that we were not seeing some of the hosts by the end of the day. You know, especially Malaysia, we barely got to see the uncles. Now, the challenges seem to be a little bit more universal, right? It's pitting all the regions up against each other. So you're always going to have one winning region and then, you know, the others are failing. But obviously, this is not something that's confirmed. This is just me theory crafting, right? For all you know, today's LBS could be between two players again.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, though, because we've seen that, like, the change-up so far. Two players, two teams, different regions. So it's like everything that is going on right now, especially on that LBS, has been pretty much bringing more excitement. And as you mentioned, like, bringing us to some of the hosts that have been taken those Booyah interviews at this point. But so far, everyone is just waiting for the battle to start. Team lineup, we know them already. We've shouted them. Well, not everyone, because not everyone is performing as well. So hopefully they will perform so that they can, or we can shout out their name.
Who are you talking about, man? You talking about Vamos?
I'm not saying anyone.
But yeah,
Hush,
amen. So bottom four teams are actually CRM, PE Sports, Visaka Sriwijaya, and Vamos. The beautiful thing about what I just said was, you've got one team representing each region in the bottom four. So that's beautiful. What's crazy is the the bottom 12 here. I can't call them the bottom 12. The remaining 12 teams here only have got one Thai team in the mix, and that is CRM, and they are currently in the bottom four. That's not good for business. That's not good for the Thai flag representation.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, though. It's tough, but there's still potential because we're looking for a top 6, and they might not be there yet, but they are very close. It seems like there are a few changes that we've seen in terms of their gameplay, and like what we keep mentioning, I mean, we have the remaining 12 in this mix. The big dogs are already out. They are probably caged at this moment. They're not out biting on the smaller dogs. So I guess there is a chance for them to be there. But you know how it is. Some regions would like to be there as well, especially from Vietnam. From the interview yesterday, I heard that they have 5 probabilities, or a probability of more, because they have 5 teams from their region right now. So it's just a chase up to that day, or to that top 6 for 3 days, and we're just in the second day.
Yeah, man, I totally agree with the fact that, you know, Vietnam has got the most probability here to grab the Booyah. Then again, that said, yesterday, 6 games, there was only a single Booyah from Vietnam, courtesy of WAG. The rest of the teams from Vietnam kind of brought in the points, but could not walk away with the Booyah. In fact, their placements were really all over the place. Yesterday was a day of dominance for Indonesia, mainly through EBOS and Onyx. That final game was just beautiful, as Visaka Sriwijaya just woke up out of nowhere and made it into the final circle, trying to show us that, you know what, they still have got like some skin in the game, right? But I hope to see more of Yunsul today. But I'm not really like praying for it, right? If we see her, we see her. If we don't, we don't. At the end of the day, I want to see some good Free Fire action here. And yesterday was a phenomenal day where Indonesia woke up through EVOS and Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Indonesia, EVOS, Divine, they have been hitting top 3 for 5 out of 6 matches. And for Onyx Olympus, it's pretty much the same. It's 5 out of 6. But when they're not on the top 3, they're very, very close. But this is the LBS challenge that we have right now. Which team would be number 1 in today's standing? It's tough to call because we have Todak and CRM, and well, they're not part of our prediction. We haven't seen them really perform to be number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So points battle, which team would be number 1 in today's standing? And I guess we hit the nail right on the head. Garena has got the formula perfected. We now have every single region in the fight. You can only have one team. can only have one region at okay, wait. Yeah, we can only have one region at the top, right? So the rest of the regions probably will be, I don't know. I'm sick and tired of the chicken dance, chicken banana dance. I want something else. You know, there's Garena. This is a challenge for Garena. This is a LBS for the Garena staff, right? if you guys really want to have a good LBS segment at the end of the day, teach them the chicken dance, not the new age Gen Z chicken dance. I'm talking about the OG chicken dance. You know, the boys learning that dance and doing it according to the music, that would be a real challenge, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it might be even a challenge for those teaching them because, like an uncle like me, yes, I would know instantly. But for them, they have to research, learn it, and then teach it, and it's a matter of one day.
Yeah, and I think we need to up the ante as well. I think the hosts need to be a part of the LBS. What's the use of having a host for each region if the host is not going to be a part of the LBS? All the hosts need to be a part of the LBS. And of course, look at me throwing everybody under the bus. Game schedule for the day: Alpine Bermuda for the first segment. Second segment is Nextera and Solara. And when we come back for the final segment of the day, is going to be Kalahari and Purgatory. So I like this a little bit better because we have pretty much the OG maps starting things off, and then Nextera and Solara is going to be somewhere in the middle, just in case we find some good dominance from the usual cats. This can mix things up again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Alpine, Bermuda, and the first two maps, there's an OG that has been happening for the longest time. And so far, looking at the numbers, it seems like one team is topping it up. And I don't think they will be stopping it at that. No. Because as we keep talking, they went in the long run. They really didn't do it in the first part of Phase 2. And now they want to be the team of the day. So let's head over to the first map right now. And we're ready for Alpine today.
Absolutely. Let's hop on in there and see exactly what happens when we take a look at Alpine. Obviously, EVOS is going to be the dominator, but WAG plays a really good Alpine map as well alongside Team Heavy. So I'm expecting to see Yunsul early in here today.
Yeah, let's see though. We'll have to find out as to where the teams will be dropping, because flight path overall, especially when I'm on the desk, there's no trouble. There's no storm happening. There's no hot drops that might be happening in here because of the shift of that flight path. But as you can see right now, we have potential teams that will be dropping in a little bit closer. WAG and Rivermouth, Expand and Stadium together in between GOW and WAG, and it's not looking good for that team unless they move towards the southern part of the area, and they haven't dropped just yet, and shots already on them.
These are teasers, but I don't know what Cyrus is doing out there in the open. Man's got an electrotherapy, but he can't connect to anyone. He's lucky that Expand didn't turn around and shoot at him. Probably Expand doesn't have enough loot on them just yet. And also, of course, humble enough to acknowledge that they are not ones to be taking these early fights. If anything, they should learn from EVOS, right? Stay away from as many of these engagements as possible. Get yourself well looted up, prepared for that battle. And don't take a fight unless it's absolutely necessary. Guarantee those placement points and then do whatever battle that you need in the final circle with a full bag of loot. That's the best strategy you can play now.
Exactly. I mean, I was analyzing the gameplay of EVO's Divine, and most of the time, the first instance that they go in for the engagement would be the final circle. Whether it's the fifth phase or the sixth phase, it's somewhere late in the game, and it's more of them moving towards the circle or already staying in the middle of the phase of the circle. And they were just raining fire on everyone, waiting for them to make a mistake, and that's where they're taking advantage. Thus, the number of points that they grabbed from yesterday. But today, some teams might be able to catch up with that tactics, probably block them from approach. Hopefully, they can block them, so that we'll see another team move up this time.
Absolutely, and I think Team Todak had a decent run yesterday. Not the best. They did show up, I guess, a couple of times in that final circle. We thought that it was going to be a fantastic day for them. But unfortunately, they got outdone by Team Expand. Of course, not by a lot of points. It was just 2 points. But, you know, at the end of the day, what matters is who's above your team, right? And Expand, surprisingly, yesterday, even though they were one of the weaker teams when it comes to the eliminations. They were finding the circle quite often.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of the players do have a lot of experience, and from like I know X-Men fans would know the record as well that they had from the past, and we're talking about like a little bit way back, and where some of the teams haven't performed that much. But Team Flash right now going against Expand. Let's see who goes down first. The split for Expando with Lucky, and it's not looking good for him because he's the one being targeted, where the ones who are about to push is not known just yet. They're not making that move, and they miss that opportunity against ABCD.
Flash will be able to catch them, but he calls Max 7 to the head. ABCD down on the ground. Zom backing away as quickly as he can. Electrical therapy, but once again, nobody to connect to, and this is going to be a little bit of a problem here for the Vietnamese players. The wrong spray with the Thompson, and 2v1. Zom gets away for the nick of time, but a fantastic reversal as Waltz gets thrown down to the ground. That slows down Expand for just a few seconds there. Wang with the revival coming on through, and he is going to be probably the sacrificial lamb here as Expand to be able to find him. Looking beautiful blue wall played, and the A124 popped by Wang. But it's a 4v1, and obviously Flash is not going to be able to save Wang from this. 77 HP, man will need a miracle to get out of this one.
And stuff though they have two players back in play, it's a little bit too early, but Team Expand is taking advantage of that. They have 3 eliminations already, and quickly as that, Death managed to revive him and headed into Fusion before doing so. So I guess it's a reset for the team, unless Expand was able to track down where Death managed to fall on that launch pad, and they can go for the chase. But you know how it is. Once you are the one chasing the team, it might be a little bit risky because you might be expected. But Ant didn't expect that from Sensi, and probably it's a challenge that's bringing CRM with early engagement points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And CRM with 3 points early game. This just shows that Thailand is about to wake up, and they better wake up because they are in my prediction today for top performers. Yesterday was a very questionable run for CRM.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, most of the time, it's questionable. There's a lot of theories, a lot of a storyline being thrown in there. Probably the loss of limit from the team has changed their gameplay. But we mentioned that already. Not only for CRM, but other teams as well. If your sniper, if one player, though, is doing quite well compared to the others, and that's the only trigger that you need to be able to perform, then there's something wrong that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, LS1 really low on that HP. Onyx will be able to catch him. XM8 straight to the chest. PLS1 down on the ground. Heavy managing to work their way away from Onyx. Just one casualty, so in the grand scheme of things, it was not a heavy loss for Heavy, pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, they're spread out a little too thin. Not quite sure what they're doing right now. Probably waiting for the opportunity. But for Onyx, because they made those noise, CRM core memory might be waiting for them to make any mistake or probably show themselves against them. But for Heavy, they lost another one from a different team, and not quite sure what's happened with the drop of Team Heavy. Hopefully they can regroup. It's still early into the game. There's still a lot of real estate to work with.
Yep, and with this one single eliminate, BE Sports, better watch out. It's not Santa Claus behind those containers here at Malaysia. It is EVOS, the team that usually does not go looking for trouble. But if you find them out in the open, they will bring trouble to you.
Yeah, I mean, early engagement, no problem for them. But for Dian, they found a Kabi from Team Heavy, and no idea on where the final player of Team Heavy is. Hopefully they can find a spot for them. But GOW tanking the blue right now as they head in onto the next. And Mufasa is out, or rather, Mufasa is out. And that team is eliminated.
Yep, beautifully done. First team to get eliminated from the equation. And now, Onyx with the reposition to get away from CRM. But that was a failure in the plan. Adam will go down. Adrian with the VS says almost out of there. And it looks like splitting up was the best route here for the side of Onyx. And this is going to help them survive a little bit longer and bring Adam back in. Adrian gets sprayed down. And it's now all up to Crime and Zyru.
Yeah, Crime and Zyru right now. And they were hit by that BSK. CRM really didn't, well, we're expecting them to drop in because as we've seen earlier, they made all those noise and they might just or have been waiting for Onyx Olympus to show up. But speaking of showing up, no one's showing up just yet against Evo's Divine. They've already made their rotation and as mentioned, not making any noise in Malaysia, just finding their way near the circle or the center of the circle. And then that's where they get their position.
And this is a little bit of a risky situation here as Malaysia is starting to find more and more teams. This is nearing the 10th minute already, which means chaos is about to ensue. Yesterday, the chaos did not erupt up until, what, the 18th minute in one of the games. And my God, that was a mess. You were watching the broadcast, Neptune, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. I have never seen a circle like that.
Dude, I mean, we are on the late game. We still have 11 teams remaining, and we're in the final circle. It's already shifting, and we don't have the top 4 yet. We rarely see anything like that. Most of the time, it's just them chasing around, but because of that, that's where everything went into chaos. And I know you love chaos, so it's unexpected, but I'm pretty sure you were loving that moment. But for CRM right now, they're taking a moment, trying to take down or rush in against Visaka Sriwijaya, who are a little bit too far in ahead. And the rest of the teams might be backstabbed because a lot of teams are already jumping in from the other side.
Yep, and CRM versus Visaka Sriwijaya. The push is there for Cougar. M590. Dawn from the back end. The grenade launcher will take down the first player, forcing Visaka to immediately panic. And Joel tries to get away, only for a second there before Cougar catches him either way. Gardu on the way out, but the car's on fire already. Jump trying to get him down. And the vehicle doesn't explode. Gardu out just with a boulder to back him up now. And this is pretty much the end for Visaka Sriwijaya as soon as Jump gets to him.
And the end of Visaka and the rise of Core Memory. Gardu right now going for the rush. Split and Jump went in for a jump against him, making or taking their 9th elimination in this phase of a circle. We're only on the 3rd going to 4th, and they've already made this much. And I guess the pressure of being the only Thailand team here is coming into them, and they want to do more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Vamos is looking for a little bit of trouble here now. WAG is just going to take it to them. And the zip line to reposition onto the roof. Very smart play by the Vietnamese squad. M590 in the hands of Allen. The electrotherapy on connection as well. A double tag with the M590. Will be able to find a player, but just tickles him a little bit. So Vamos not really fully pressured by this just yet. Look at that. Glue walls dropped with the glue wall melter. Grenade into the house. But Zuez says, nope, nobody's home as he runs downstairs.
Cyrus right now from backstab. June almost taken down, had to run away. And the rest of the teams are just healing up. WAG now is stuck to move in on the stairs unless they find another way out. But no, Vamos has already moved in against the 2 players, blocked with that blue wall. And well, there's still a window to work with, but I think WAG might be waiting for them as well. The Axel for the backstab, and Allen didn't make that putt. Good thing he was able to block it with a glue wall, and the Axel is down with a Trogon.
Yep, and this is the power of WAG. Vamos just stood no chance up against them at all. Zuez, I thought he was going to run straight into the battle. Tries to get away, manages to put Allen down, but unfortunately for Vamos, the final player could not run out of the house, chose to take the fight, and he will get pinned down and taken out of the equation. CRM, on the other hand, getting the good work done onto GOW. Chaos breaking out way too early this time round, and we're left with 8 more squads.
You should put them more often in your list because they are showing up. They are showing up right now. 3rd elimination already, looking at the top of the day or this game. But for Expand, Onyx Olympus, after revival from the teammates, is now going for the challenge. But a 3 against 4, or probably 3 against 2 against Expand, made Adam run away. And Launchpad, nowhere. I don't know where they will be going, but very close to the next phase of circle as well as PE Sports.
Yeah, man, and this is a risky situation for sure for Onyx. Just beside PE and a potential interference by the player. Oh, thank goodness. All right, EVOS is going to make that rotation just behind Todak. So I guess we can say bye-bye Todak right now.
Let's see though. There we have it. A little bit of action already, but Evos is just working on the flank. Videl's already damaged, and Aim God could chill on the front line with that M590 as Ray is readying up that M79. Traps will be pushed. They are being flushed, and this is the tactic of Evos Divine. Flush him out in the open. They might not be the ones taking advantage of elimination, but at least they have position on the next circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if Todak now does not back away into the circle quicker than this, it's going to be a little bit of trouble as Aim God finds Spies from the back. He was on hot pursuit here. This is a fight they definitely need to take, mainly because they want a better position in the circle. But now that they are in the safe zone, there's no need to aggress on at all. And I think they're going to be slowing down their pace just a little bit. PE Sports, on the other hand, facing up against a firing squad of Todak players, and PE taken out with the assistance of Onyx, who interferes as well. And Onyx, what a turnaround as Expand sneaks the shots in for the final player.
I mean, there you have it. I mean, Todak has been put in a good spot because of Evos Divine, managed to get a few eliminations, but 4 WAG, 2 of which has been eliminated already. They only have 5 on their bag, and battle continues between Todak and Evos Divine, but you know how it is. Once Team Flash hears those gunshots, they might be running in. That might spell trouble, not only for Todak, but as well for Evos Divine. So they need to deal with him right ahead, but on the other side, Clinton has been taken down by Rasya.
Yep, and Rasya hitting those shots once again. WAG hurt by EVOS way too early. 6 more teams left in here. Monster Truck brought out as well. Probably has to drive it out there. WAG gets down way too early in this lobby. But Todak still alive and kicking. They've survived long enough to avoid the engagement with EVOS. But as they hop on out, Flash, CRM, both doing them in. Todak only left with traps now, and he's trapped outside the circle zone. He needs to make it in, but he has to get past Flash and EVOS nest.
Yeah, Evos and Flash not yet over with engagement, and they might be, or Traps might be jumping in. But on the other side, Expand has been eliminated, and Evos Divine players are falling down. Aim God has fallen down as well. Ray, no cover from behind, and here comes Core Memory, and Evos Divine is out. Core Memory is jumping in, and Team Flash will be feeling that rainbow jump has fallen down. The pickup can be done, and it is Core Memory grabbing that for you.
Wait. What? Core freaking Memory. They were waiting for the Mustachio to predict them in his top 3 before they could pop up. So thank you, Core Memory, for making me a very proud predictor here. But my goodness me, what a game, bro. 24 eliminations, Neptune, and the Booyah. Starting off the game with 36 points. Holy mama.
And the question is, where was this? Where was this in the beginning of phase 1? Where was this from, like, the start of phase 2? They could have brought this on. We know how Thai Games has managed to impress everyone in terms of their gameplay, but Core Memory was not that impressive. They're always down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Or probably they were just waiting for this specific moment, similar to what we've seen from Evos Divine.
Yeah, I mean, well, yesterday they waited a little bit too long. I think they should have popped up yesterday. But obviously, yesterday was a very disappointing day for CRM, right? Core Memory, they showed up. They were the only team from Thailand that has not qualified for the finals just yet. They were kind of lagging behind. We expected them to wake up a little bit sooner. That did not happen yesterday. They looked like a very, very weak squad. Today, at the opener, on game 1 itself, hitting 24 eliminations. This is no joke, Neff. That was a massive game for CRM.
Exactly, and hopefully this is not just a hot start and then a weak finish. So that would depend on how they're going to follow this up, because so far CRM, a lot of pressure on them, as we keep mentioning. They're the only Thailand teams that is not there on the grand finals, though they have to wait for another day, but this is where they start. They were coming from the from the 10th spot, I believe, before grabbing this, and this will catapult them up to the top 6.
I don't know if that was enough to get them into the top 6, but that was quite a lot of points. We'll have to take a look at the overall leaderboard. But yeah, somewhere there for sure, right? Mid of the table for sure. I mean, they were in the 10th spot, and there wasn't many points between the teams anyway. I do wonder, though, exactly how many points did EVOS get to maintain that number 1 spot. Obviously, they got towards that final circle decently, but not in a massive manner. So that will be pretty interesting. But I wonder if this is going to just be that one game where CRM shows up very hot and, super nasty with those shots and all, and then they get downed a little bit too early in the following games through non-consistent plays. Because we've seen that through not any other teams, but CRM themselves. So hopefully that's not the case. I do want to see much, much more Misa time out here.
Exactly. I mean, CRM is the only hope that we can see Misa in terms of the Booyah interview. But I guess Misa will be is ready right now. I guess it's the start of the day. Every host is ready, and they're also at the edge of their seats, waiting as to whose region will be taking that interview. So as we wait for Misa and Core Memory to go for the interview, I guess there's a few more that we can point out in terms of EVOS Divine's gameplay. As we keep mentioned from yesterday, they wait for the final moment, and now because the teams are very hungry, they were stopped from doing so. So AJ, I guess this time we have to hear from Core Memory on how they did it. So let's bring it over to Misa.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview session. And right now I'm here with แนะนำตัวเลย
สวัสดีครับผมฟูก้า CIM ครับ
สวัสดีครับCIM จำครับ
Okay, first of all, let me congratulate you guys on the very first Booyah that you guys got for today. Okay, how you feeling right now? รู้สึกไงบ้าง First Booyah
ก็ดีใจครับไฟมาเลย
โอเคใช่ไหมได้อย่างงี้ He's very happy right now and he's pretty motivated. How about you? เราล่ะ
ก็ปลดล็อกแล้วครับ หลังจากไม่รู้กี่เกมอะเยอะ แม่งเอ้ย
ตานี้มาแล้ว มาแน่
พบสไตล์ทีมตัวเองแล้วครับ มันกลับมาแล้ว
ๆโอเคเก่งมาก Now he's made a comeback. He's sure he'll get more booyahs for today, guys. Let's see. And what about your aim for today? What are you aiming for? What's your goal? แล้ววันนี้เป้าหมายของเราคืออะไร
ก็ที่1ครับวันนี้เอาที่1อย่างเดียวเลย
Only the first. Only the first. โอเคแล้วเรา
จะไปเวียดนามครับ
Okay, he wants to go to Vietnam, guys. Let's see if we're all going to Vietnam. Hey, last question. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans who are watching right now? มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆที่ดูอยู่ไหม
ก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจนะครับก็เริ่มกลับมาแล้วหรือเปล่า
กลับมาแล้ว
Okay, please keep on supporting him. He's coming back, guys. อ่ะแล้วของเรา
ก็ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ด้วยนะครับก็เหมือนแมนยูนั่นแหละครับ แต่ตอนนี้ไม่เหมือนแล้ว มาแล้ว
ต้องขึ้นนะ ไม่ใช่ลงนะ
ขาขึ้นแล้วตอนนี้ Okay, please keep on cheering him too. And it's kind of like Man U, but it's different now. He'll be back at you. Okay, thank you for this interview session. Now let's get back to the Shoutcasters.
First of all, Misa looking like an air stewardess today, and CRM about to fly to the top of the leaderboard. That is the plan for Thailand as a whole, and I absolutely love it. They've opened up the day with a bang, Neptune. 24 eliminations, no joke at all. But of course, the bigger challenge is not hitting booyahs, right? The bigger challenge is maintaining consistency in a lobby where you are going to have a couple of teams aiming for you, a couple of teams who are fighting to maintain that top spot. We're talking about EVOS, we're talking about WAG, we're talking even about teams like Onyx. So this is going to be a really, really tough fight overall for CRM, but I would like to see exactly what they get done with this position that they've got here with themselves today. Obviously, if they can pull away another big game like this, climbing to the top 3 is not going to be an impossible situation.
Exactly. I mean, that if that is the plan overall, for them to wait for the final part of the knockout stage, then I guess they're putting it in play. But for our MVP, we have a jump from core memory, 9 elimination, 4,029 damage, and 12 knockdowns, wearing that Alok, Joseph, Olivia, and Ford. He's using that VSS, or rather a VSK, not quite sure which one it is, but we've seen that make that play not only from Jump, but other teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the Alok Tatsuya Skylar A124, the very interesting approach from the team, especially with the Alok, bringing in the support player who is going to be able to recover and be super stealthy out there, is the one plus point on the side of Jump. Cougar overall, this is his comeback gameplay, right? We have not seen him for a long time now. And I really like the fact that he was just rocking the Tatsuya out there. We saw him being super aggressive, and it would have not been possible without the support players as well. Overall, 9 eliminations, 11 assists out of Jump, 8 eliminations, 10 assists out of Cougar. A massive game for this duo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as you did mention, it's 24 elimination overall, and that is because of the lead by Jump and Cougar. And we've seen them so far. I mean, from when they were a different team, as well as when some of the players are coming from a different team that has taken the championship, we've seen them really perform well. And I was thinking that this would be a good spot for them to really merge together. But before we had their key players, it is a hat trick from Jump himself with elimination, damage, as well as knockdowns.
I mean, he jumped into the key player stats for sure, trying to show PLS1 that you're not the only superstar here, baby. I can do that as well. Yesterday was PLS1 stealing the limelight. Now it is the one and only core memories Jump. But I would like to see him jumping up to the top more often here, because at the very start of the day, they are up on the overall leaderboard for the day. Core memory starting at 36. And dude, what's up with you and me? I predicted Score Memory, you predicted Expand, and they're both the top 2 teams of game number 1. I like how we're starting out this day.
Definitely, the energy is bringing, the energy that we brought in to the prediction is being taken by the team. But we'll have to see though, because I know we're hoping so much from these teams, and it's just up to them to carry on that consistency. But Jump, Cougar, I mean, Jump really jumped 3 times in there, and the key player.
Yeah, most definitely did. And he probably did that because he's running the game on one of the best mobile phones out there. They all have the Samsung Galaxy, and the latest edition of the Samsung Galaxy is the S25 Ultra. It comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor, featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology Neptune. This delivers outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, and a smooth gaming experience. And on top of that, you've got powerful AI capabilities as well for your top-tier performance in each and every single Free Fire game. The Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers.
And now I'm thinking about it, it's not just professional gamers, it's not those just multimedia experts, but also for uncles like me. I mean, AI has helped me so much in a lot of things.
Yes.
And there's something that I would need in my hand.
Yeah, I mean, dude, what a time to be alive, bro. We thought it was a good time to be alive when telephones were created. We thought it was a good time to be alive when mobile phones were created. And then the world of the internet, and now AI. We have just taken things up to a whole new level. And now, most people don't even need to use their brains anymore. But I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
And hopefully they still are using it. Because we had this conversation before. Well, a lot might not look like they're using it.
Yeah.
I mean, we had this conversation before wherein AI makes it easier, but like at some point, you know how you lift weights. And if you're lifting not so heavy weights, then it doesn't build your muscle. So the same goes with your brain. If you're not making it work, well, even with AI, you still have to make sure that you're thinking about stuff and not just getting everything from AI. It's just that it helps you to gather all this information, but it's still up to you to build them, and that makes your brain even smarter.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's not forget, at the end of the day, AI is artificial intelligence. The true intelligence is with the human beings that created AI in the first place. The human brain capable of anything, and obviously the human being itself is capable of phenomenal stuff, not just creating a crazy device like the S25 Ultra, but also going out there and playing Free Fire at a level where it's just absolutely unreal. I do not understand how these players are so good at what they do. In a lobby like this, Neptune, I would not last more than 2 minutes. In fact, I think I'm giving myself too much of credit. I don't even think I'll last more than 1 minute.
Like hot drop and you're out. I've experienced that so many times already in Battle Royale. Thus, I keep doing Clash Squad mode because it resets in just 1 minute, and then you have a chance to be carried once again. So that's what I do. I mean, I get carried so many times.
I totally agree with you, bro. Because and I can be chicken, and I can fly all the way towards the end of the map and drop somewhere where probably no other players are going to drop, but I don't do that, okay? The moment the flight path allows you to jump out of the initial plane, I am out of there. And I'm always hot dropped by 10 other people, and I've gotten kicked back to the lobby too many times. But let's hop on into game number 2. It's going to be yet another exciting one where we get to see, if not core memory, pulls in the big numbers. It's Bermuda time, baby.
At the green grass of Bermuda, and let's see who will be hot dropped by who, because the flight path is not that far from being perfect. Now, as you can see, we have Heavy already on the drop, core memory dropping in early as well, and they are falling back, so Mill will not be taken by anyone other than core memory. PE Sports might be taking peak, and who's challenging them? It might be Expand, or probably Expand moving into Kotatua, or further than that, Sentosa. So no hot drops that's in sight right now, and it seems like this might be a quiet game unless Todak meets up with a different team.
Yeah, thankfully Bermuda is just one of those maps where everybody knows. Okay, all right. So it looks like EVOS wants to travel further out here, where the zone just did not allow them to hit. So very smart positioning here by EVOS, understanding the terrain, understanding the map very well, understanding where these launch pads are, so that they can find that quick reposition instead of literally running across the map on foot or looking for a vehicle. So big brain play by EVOS very, very early in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially in Bermuda, I mean, everyone has played here. Everyone understands where the location of everything is. And I guess that's what they're taking advantage of. And you know how the gameplay of EVOS is nowadays. They are waiting for that final circle. They want to be looted up, all geared up before they go for the engagement. But let's see, though, if WAG will have any trouble against Todak, because Todak is already here and not sure if they have the weaponry. It seems like it. And traps Thompson in hand, goes in for the push, and Cyrus goes down. And the rest of the teams now are at a loss. They're still spread too thin into this part of Factory.
Yeah, fantastic start for Todak here, and Allen could not run away in time. But Krillin will have enough coins to buy 2 of his buddies back instantaneously. ABCD, Aim God has got the wrong gun in hand. He's not going to be able to shoot him out of the sky, but he goes in for the chase instead. Just repositioning towards the left a little bit, but anticipating exactly what the position is going to be like. But they put themselves right in front of Flash, and now out in the open ground. EVOS looking for those shots, but the Saka Srivijaya from the back can actually put EVOS in a very troublesome position here.
Yeah, let's see, though. M249 from Aim God managed to take down 1, and Death right now onto the rush. M59 in the hand of Nath, and no launch pod saves him, but the angle is for him to be hit. But I don't think there's no chase that will be happening. Ray has gone down from the hands of the Zom, and Rasia right now onto the push. Trogon in hand, up close and personal. Let's see what the Wonder Kid can do without the start, and he managed to take down ABCD.
I mean, flashy play by EVOS, not Flash. Ray down on the ground, bleeding out. Aim God! Couldn't get away. And the VSS just way too good with the aim from afar. And EVOS, the rest of the squad, will scurry on over to the launch pad to head on towards Graveyard. And this is the vending machine play that EVOS needs to depend on, as Rasia, of all people, will play the bait for the squad. And Expand, snuffing out their brothers from Malaysia. Vamos, the captain of Vamos, the only one left on his big Riptide Rhythm, going to be breaking down the defenses. And bye-bye, Axel and gang, says Expand.
Yeah, I mean, little brother will be taken out, or big brother will be taken out by the little brother, and Expand is doing quite well, especially the probably the motivation that they had from that second place. Now, Coach Hill, AUG in hand, tries to heal up, and there goes the healing UAV. The pinch is on, up close and personal. Coach Hill with the Trogon taking Wang M. And as we saw mentioned, you mentioned earlier, they went into Graveyard not for their death, but to get all those recovery in play. And it's a good thing that they managed to get away from Bisaka Sriwijaya, because it's quite tough though after the battle against Team Flash if they go down early.
I have a feeling I know why CRM's performing so well today. I think they're sick and tired of this battle between regions, because they're like, wait. Is the potential we're going to lose every day? We are not going to do another chicken banana dance and embarrass our whole lineage on live stream again. So good play from them. CRM trying to bounce back here. But the civil war between Onyx Olympus and Visaka Sriwijaya. Onyx with the first elimination. Yes, Joel really low, up against two players. Adam, M590 misses the opportunity. And Joel literally tries to sidestep him, running through the man, but unfortunate that the primed shot got him in time. Guns, XMA, bye-bye, says Crime MKS.
Yeah, I mean, Joel was just running back and forth, unsure as to where he can run into that there are no enemy. But for now, Gardu will be tagged, and let's see if Onyx Olympus will be able to find him. For the rest of the teams, WAG, after two of their teammates has been taken down, now they are under recovery and staying in onto the edge of the circle, where their trajectory would be in the middle after heading or coming from Pochino. But they do have a few more resources that they need to gather, and let's see if they can do it before they meet with other teams.
Flash will be able to spot out the players. Visaka Sriwijaya. And the Dinoculus giving away the position, but also there has been a elimination challenge here. I'm not too sure who won the challenge though. Could it have been Flash?
I think it's Onyx.
Onyx? Okay, alright.
Yeah.
So I want to see if or not Onyx actually uses this later. They've purchased a contract already to eliminate the player. I don't really see them chasing after them. And Flash, with the Dinoculus, not looking too aggressive at all, allowing Visaka Sriwijaya to reposition, even though they did detect that there was only two players there and they actually have a full squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, because they went into a revival spree and they don't want to lose out on all those resources. And because it might be very close to where EVOS was, so there's a chance as well that they can be third party. So thus, they're trying to get away from Onyx Olympus as much as possible. They know that they're not the team who went in for hitless against Gaku. And let's see how that's going to end up. But Todak right now against Expand, another Malaysia against Malaysia after what Expand did to Bamos.
Come on, Expand. Let's see if or not you can eliminate two Malaysian teams back to back here. Toda picking a fight with them. Expand, just try to reposition, not looking for a big fight. Blue ball's going to be pulled out here. No Riptide Rhythm on the side of Toda just yet to break down any of those defenses. Luki hanging back for the time being. And Toda is actually going to pull away from the situation, allowing Expand to get away. Interestingly played by the Malaysian squad. And I don't think Toda should be chasing down anyone anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they're going deep into the blue, and the blue or the zone will be closing in as well. So it's better to get your own position. Reposition, find a way to gatekeep, expand, and then that's where you get more points. But as we look at the points right now, EVOS Divine leading the pack. That's a lot more that they brought in after yesterday's game. But it seems like you had a question earlier on how many points they had. It's not that much though. So it's only 2 elimination, and the placement brought them 7. So it only added 9 points for that first match.
Absolutely, and of course, the question of CRM jumping into the top 6, you're absolutely right, Neptune. From the 10th spot, they get into the 4th spot with just one game. How phenomenal is that climb? But WAG, though, after a fantastic day yesterday, they bumped into the wrong team at the wrong time. CRM shots from afar, and the rest on the bone to pick here for Heavy. Alan, the final player, in a 2v1, Heavy drops WAG, and once again, WAG off to a unfortunate start here. Only 10 points in the previous game, and I think they barely picked up anything in this one.
Yeah, I mean, not so much. Compared to yesterday, they did grab the booyah, but this time around, I don't think they'll carry over so much after that. And with CRM close behind, it will be tough for them to catch up, and they might be taken out of that top 3 spot. But Heavy right now, 2 eliminations already to their sides. A good chance that GOW or PE Sports will be the next target, but that would depend on where the next circle will be bringing them in, because we're on the 2nd, going to the 3rd right now, and that's why there's a pause in the movement for most of the teams.
And I think it's going to be a little bit of a heavy fight here. Look at this circle. Everybody pretty comfortable in here already, except CRM, the final team to get into this next safe zone. Expand kind of lingering in here, 50-50 at Factory, but that's not going to be a troublesome rotation for them. The position of this next circle is going to be crucial to see what the movements are going to be like, who's going to cross paths with whom. But Visaka Sriwijaya versus Heavy, this is a fight that's about to break out, and Heavy has got a contract taken on them, so... but it doesn't seem like any team is going to use that information to go in for extra points. They're probably just going to use it to avoid engagement for the time being.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Binoculars has been popped up as well into that area just to find out how many opponents are in that place. And with 4 teams, literally 4 teams in there, it might have picked up more than 4. So they slowed down even more. But Visaka Sriwijaya, they might have seen Heavy already in these parts and vice versa. But no one's making any noise, because as you can see, the position of Heavy, they have a good chance. There's a good chance that they spotted PE Sports. The moment they start battling against Visaka Sriwijaya, they will be expecting for a pinch. So you don't want to be in a position. Visaka Sriwijaya, yes, you can go for the fight, but it's tough though, because you're on the edge and a team would be on the other side like Todak, who will be closing in, as the 3rd is also closing in, or 3rd circle will also be closing in.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And very few engagements up till now, and that just basically spells disaster. Only 8 players have been eliminated. The remaining 10 teams have got complete squads in here. All 4 men are alive, and this is basically going to spell absolute pandemonium if this continues to be the case. The circle just kind of shrinks a little bit here, favoring quite a number of these teams, and that is going to avoid many of the engagements. We are not going to see a very big fight just yet, Neptune. And, well, remember the chaos we saw yesterday? I think we're going to get yet another one just like that today here.
And if I remember it correctly, it's also in Bermuda. So I guess that's what Bermuda is bringing to the table. The slowdown, everyone is treating it as if this is the first game. You know how it is, like from previous season. Everyone is no engagement, early engagement, no hot drops happening, especially when we drop in Bermuda on game number 1. And they're bringing it back. And only a few teams are taking advantage of it, but Onyx Olympus smart move on them to head in above the hangar. No launch pad, no glue walls, nothing to give out their position, and they have a chance to take down at least 1 player from Evo Divine before the rest rush in.
And I think Ray cooking up that nade. Man's going to toss it probably tomorrow. Oh, what a good... Oh, okay, the grenade didn't fire the connection. It's fires, actually. Zairu goes down. Onyx Olympus now has to back away because Todak is getting involved in this fight, and that was not expected at all. The shot in the back. And Zom, on the other hand, going to catch jump. Don firing back at Zom. And the fight between CRM and Team Flash ensues. Sensi down on the ground. Flash doing really well, but traded out here by Cougar. The pickup onto Sensi a little bit too slow. And the rest of the Team Flash players barricaded behind the glue wall, and they will be sprayed out. 1 more just behind the wall. Cougar with the glue wall just to play that recovery, as Don is just way too low on his HP. Circle backing away on all of them. And the tags are just absolutely unforgiving at this point, as the pressure from the blue is going to be stacked on them now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they lost 2 players. Team Flash still has members, and they need to move fast. Otherwise, a backstab will be chasing them later on. But right now, back into the battle between Onyx and Evos and Todak as well. From afar, a hit against one player of Onyx Olympus, but Expand did a number from another team, and they might be back against a Todak at this point, giving a chance for Evos to rush in.
Yeah, and Rasia outside the circle. Evos, beautifully done. Gets in. And the Groza from Adrian's hands doesn't manage to put the man down on the ground just yet. But Evos, too few players left on this map here. And that's going to be an issue for Indonesia to pick up the Booyah. But they still do have some hope left in Onyx, who do have 3 players left on their side. Aim God on that circle around Ray in the 3v3. And they hop on in, and they're going to catch out Adam way too easy there. Not so sure exactly what he was doing. But, oh, that was a mistake. I thought Evos had 3 players left on them. It's actually a full squad here now.
Yeah, it is a full squad against 3 players of Onyx Olympus, and their tight formation is making it work for them for the spread of Onyx right now. But here comes Aim God, almost being taken down. That Penta saves him, and Crime going solo with that Bison. Not quite sure if he can spot and get a 1 elimination.
Ooh,
but with that Melter, he has been taken down, not by Evos, but by Dawn from Core Memory. 9 elimination from this team. A good chance they have a decent amount of placement point as well. And this can bring them a little bit higher unless someone can take out the remaining 11 teams that they are against. Or the 11 players.
Impressive from Expand. And now once again the engagement with yet another Malaysian squad. This is inevitable since we've got 3 Malaysian teams in here. Blue Wall Melters laid out first, but most of them going wide. Todak right in front of them. Expand needs to adjust that a little bit, but thankfully Expand now getting a little bit of backup fire from the players inside the circle, who are trying to take both Todak and Expand out of the equation. Final 4 teams left here, and 2 of them from Malaysia. How an impressive situation this is. Expand with the highest potential win rate, 31% as opposed to the rest of the teams, but waltz right into that one and gets sprayed down.
Yeah, Todak right now doing a number on Expand. And one thing I would say is that distraction. Expand gets distracted easily. Earlier, they're focusing on Todak and then turning around, giving their backs open for Todak. Thus, they don't have that much focus in that game. But for Todak, it's only Expand that they need to work in. And Faiz gets positioned to might be able to spot out Evo's Divine. But the 4 Monster Truck, we've seen this before yesterday. And this is something that they use if in case everyone uses blue walls to stop their movement.
Yeah, I mean, Todak can still bring us here to the uncles. They've got a full squad here. Going up against Evos. They need to take Aim God out of the equation. But what a fantastic movement from the players here. Rasia now holding the back lines, and CRM playing a brilliant game, kind of keeping the distance away from everybody else. But the blue is going to tag them up, and the quick reposition coming on through. CRM with the glue wall. That should have exposed their position already, but the team of Evos is too distracted with Todak, and now the circle is going to move away from all of them, forcing the move, and CRM still tailgating everyone from the back.
Yeah, let's see though. Rasia might have spotted CRM already, and Ray on the spot with the Groza, but they rush in against a Todak, and one goes down. 4v4 situation. Todak has a greater chance of winning, but they're the first one to fall. Now 3 players, 2 players already down, but Ray has been picked up. Evo's Divine, a full squad once again, taking down Todak, and they grab that Booyah.
Evos with the 4th Booyah of the final week here at Phase 2. A fantastic game in terms of consistency, getting to that final circle. Not a massive one like Core Memory and their Booyah earlier, but this is going to work to maintain that #1 spot dominance. As it was already, they were quite clear of the leaderboard from everybody else, but this is obviously going to just hold them at the top for longer.
Yeah, I mean, they can take a lead a little bit longer, and as well as that chance of being a team of the day if they can go against Core Memory. But in terms of how Core Memory's survivability is working right now, even with 2 players, it seems like they want to pull away with a huge lead. But for Evo's Divine, they did have another Booyah, in the space number 2 in the last week of the knockout stage, and I don't think they will be slowing down, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, core memory managing to maintain the top spot, obviously, with the dominance, getting into that final circle. Not a massive game like the previous one, but they will still be able to maintain their spot at the top. And this is most likely going to increase only, right? Because we are seeing a very different gameplay from core memory here. In the previous games, we did not see them elimination heavy. They were in fact just looking for the positioning and looking for the circles, but now they are guns blazing. They are looking to body everybody out there and pick up those early points now.
Yeah, I mean, gone are the days wherein when they were AAA, they are just waiting for the high ground, getting snipes over, and that's where they get the points. But now, core memory is moving like how probably something that Cougar has learned from Team Falcons, the rotation, as well as the approach in each round. So hopefully that will help them not only for the knockout stage, but also if and when they get into the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we have got the interview coming up for you guys in a little bit, but a crazy display of performance here overall from Expand and Todak. The Malaysian teams actually picking up decent number of points for themselves, surviving long enough in such a chaotic lobby. So I want to see more from the Malaysians. I think you have your prediction absolutely on point. Expand is getting this burst of energy out of nowhere, and I know exactly where it's coming from, Neptune. Let's hope and pray they can keep this up for the Malaysian region, because of course it'll be fantastic to see a Malaysian team get into the finals as well. But of course, on that note, we are going to be throwing you guys over to the interview segment with Conchita Caroline.
Alright, thank you Aji dan juga para caster lainnya. Survivors, Booyah untuk EVOS Divine. Second game of the night, and a Booyah goes to EVOS Divine. I'm here with Ray to discuss the game that has just ended. Hello Ray.
Halo Kak.
Good to see you again. Senang bisa ketemu lagi, bisa interview lagi. Mudah-mudahan aku bisa kayak kemarin ya, interviewnya banyak. Tapi kalau kamu sendiri sepede apa nih bisa melanjutkan penampilan luar biasa konsisten kalian di matchday kemarin?
Mungkin kalau pede dibilang sih 100% lah.
Oh, okay. How confident are you in continuing yesterday's brilliant performance? And his answer was 100% confident, 100% sure. And it shows because they finally just secured the first Booyah of the day. Let's hope this positivity continues, okay, survivors? Nah, kalau ngebahas tentang game yang tadi baru aja beres ya. Kalau menurut kamu sendiri, kemarin kan kalian udah main bagus. Hari ini apakah akan menerapkan strategi yang sama, mindset yang sama, atau akan ada gebrakan baru dari EVOS yang harus diwaspadai nih sama tim-tim lainnya di matchday yang tersisa, 2 matchday lagi?
Mungkin bakal ada strategi baru lah dari coach aku. Jadi kita bakal mungkin perang.
Oh ya?
Iya.
Apakah ini sebuah tantangan? Apakah sebuah warning buat tim-tim lain? Bisa jadi?
Tantangan lah.
Okay, I asked him, is there any new strategy or mindset that you guys have going into the second match day and the third match day tomorrow on the 6th week? And he said that, yeah, the coach actually gave him some kind of a new strategy, possibility to go into war. So the other team should take this as a warning. Oke, terakhir deh kalau gitu. Ini baru match yang kedua. Harapan kamu untuk match-match berikutnya dan sejauh ini apa yang bisa kamu deskripsikan untuk menjelaskan apa yang kamu rasakan memasuki match day kedua?
Mungkin yang aku rasain sih lebih ke arah deg-degan aja sih.
Deg-degan aja. Emang masih deg-degan seorang Ray?
Masih lah.
Masih?
Manusia.
Oh iya sih, bener sih. Tapi humble jawabannya, tepuk tangan dong. Keren. I asked him, do you still feel nervous going into the second match day? How would you describe the competition so far? And he said, yeah, of course, I'm still very nervous. I'm still human after all. And I think that's a good thing. That means he's taking this competition very seriously. He has a big hope for not only himself, but also the team. Satu lagi deh, sorry ya tadi aku bilang terakhir, ternyata ada waktu nih satu lagi. Emang Yonsul doang yang boleh panjang, Indonesia juga boleh. Oke, another question. Kalau menurut kamu, EVOS saat ini kan ada di puncak klasemen, ya kan? Banyak nih tim-tim lain yang sudah lebih dulu mengamankan posisi mereka ke Grand Final, sudah lebih dulu berangkat ke sana dari negara lain dan mungkin agak sedikit meremehkan. Apa yang mungkin mau kamu sampaikan ke mereka dan kamu buktikan di sisa matchday yang ada?
Mungkin kita ngebuktiin yang terbaik aja lah di week terakhir ini. Mungkin emang kita kemarin nggak dikasih libur aja.
Oh gitu. Kalau pesan-pesan khusus gak ada nih?
Good luck aja lah.
Wah, okay. I asked him, is there anything you'd like to say, any messages you'd like to send to the other teams that has been qualified into the grand final? Maybe something that they should be ready for when EVOS Divine come after them on the grand final. And he said, not really. Maybe EVOS Divine just wasn't giving their best yet on the previous weeks, but they are now and they're ready for the grand final. So just watch out and good luck. All right, thank you so much, Ray, and congratulations once again. Can't wait to interview you on the next game. Mudah-mudahan buyahnya buat timnas lagi ya.
Amin.
Dan pastinya buat tim-tim Indonesia lainnya yang juga masih berkompetisi hari ini. Alright, thank you for watching this interview. Let's go back to the casters. I want to hear what they say as well. Take it away, casters.
Thank you very much, Cece or Conchita Caroline, as well as Ray from EVOS Divine. It's quite refreshing to see confidence, but also still humble. Despite of how they performed from yesterday, getting a booyah today, they are still in there, up for the challenge, and not giving so much of a, I would say, verbal challenge against those already into the grand finals, because they know that it would not be easy, but they also know that they have a fighting chance.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, EVOS showing a strong upward movement, improving significantly with their booyah here, as well as the placement points, thanks to the booyah climbing from the middle of the pack now, potentially into the top 3 for sure with the performance. Granted, it's only 2 games completed within the day. Let's take a look at the MVP. It's Aim God, the god of aims, and he definitely is living up to his name in this competition. 5 eliminations, 5 knockdowns, 2,563 on the damage. Running the Tatsuya, and he was definitely running around on the battlefield a little bit too much. But give me a breakdown of these passive skills as well now.
Yeah, we have Shani, we have Nairi and Joseph. It's more of how they can defend themselves quite easily, quite tougher, of being tough into battlefield. And looking at Coach Hill right now is a Cassie, and also the Olivia and the Tiva. It's more of that support build that can heal up as well as pick up your teammate just in case they fall down. And that was crucial on that final moment, because one of them has been knocked down, but they managed to bring them back up. Thus, they went in 4-man strong towards the final battle.
Yeah, absolutely. But once again, not a massive game in terms of eliminations, but very decent. 11 eliminations will go into the category of safe play as far as EVOS is concerned, but that's exactly what guaranteed them the #1 spot yesterday. Safe plays, match after match after match. And of course, the first game, they kind of faltered a little bit, but the recovery on the second game is definitely there. But core memory is keeping up the pressure as well, right? We saw them do very well this time around, but unfortunately, in that final circle, they could not bring in enough members to sustain that battle and try to play chicken behind the glue wall and battle the blue, but that didn't go well for them at all. Cougar and Don will find the key player highlights here alongside Afik from Expand. I mean, Malaysia has been phenomenal today. All thanks to this fantastic climb up the leaderboard. And this is our game standings now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, earlier it was CRM and Expand on 1 and 2, but they're still on top 3. So second and third, and they're raking up the numbers. With EVOS Divine, as you did mention, they didn't put up so much numbers earlier. So I guess with today's standings, it looks like CRM will still be #1. EVOS Divine against Expand, there might be a little switch up, but not so much though in terms of point difference. And there you have it, only 1 point between them. But Todak also catching up on 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a fantastic climb up here. CRM maintaining a strong performance with their 1 booyah earlier, but this time coming in with enough to maintain that dominance. EVOS creeping up on them, but Expand maintaining steady consistency. No booyahs at this point of time, no problem. They are bringing in the eliminations, which is very, very rare for Expand. And surprisingly, Todak up here on the leaderboard as well, keeping up the pressure on the other teams. And now this is a total shock for me, because we've been talking about how Vietnam has overtaken Malaysia, and I have been very, very hard on the Malaysian teams. But it is good to see them step up their gameplay. It is good to see them rise up to the occasion and say, you know what, we got this, brother. We are going to find the qualifier here. And Expand still in the top 6 and slowly climbing up higher. I want to see more of this from them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they can climb up higher, making sure that they will not be taken down after, like, well, towards the final 4 games today, as well as for the 6 matches for tomorrow, then it will be a sure shot for the grand finals. But Todak, very, very close. It's only 5 points in between them and Team Flash. And Team Flash, yes, they are flashy, they are aggressive. It seems like they're not doing that much in terms of a performance for today. And let's see, though, if they can bring it back, because we know how Vietnam is, especially Team Flash. They want to get those eliminations.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I want to see more from these teams for sure, but we also have to look at the teams that are at the bottom, right? Vamos still staying in the 12th spot. They are not doing well, as well as their brothers from Malaysia, Todak and Expand. The Saka Srivijaya still continuing their abysmal performance from yesterday, but of course, I hope to see this change when we come back from a quick short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle. Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have? Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season, powered by Red Bull. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall FFWS SEA 2025 seasons. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache, down here with my brother Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day, and it seems like today is a day where teams who have not been showing up for a while are starting to slowly climb up this ladder. Mainly, I mean, I've got my eyes on teams from Malaysia, Todak and Expand, but surprisingly, Core Memory really ramping up their pressure on everyone now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they really need to, because it seems like they have been left out in most of the cases, especially in knockout stage, and they only have 3 days to make it. One from yesterday, second would be today, and another one for tomorrow. So they are starting it hot right now, making sure that they have enough points to hold their spot. And hopefully it's not just a case of knockout stage. Hopefully that is something that they just like held back all throughout the knockout stage. They know that they have a chance today or up until tomorrow, because it's top 6 that they're chasing, and then come grand finals, we'll see more of the evolution of core memory.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how much more can core memory rip away from some of the other teams here, because in the overall grand scheme of things, they used to be a very scary team as attack all around, and then they broke their limit by losing limit, and they lost the capability to engage long range. And ever since then, this team has taken a really huge blow in terms of performance. We haven't really seen them out there picking up those points, but something has switched in terms of the approach for core memory. I think they've gained this phenomenal confidence to take the CQC battles, getting up close and personal with these teams, M590ing them back to the lobby, and that strategy has been working for them very well in the first 2 games to maintain that #1 spot.
Yeah, as attack all around, when I think they had Kuroro as well. Now in Team Falcons, they're more of a long-range team. They go and get all those elimination. Yes, not so much of Booyahs, but in terms of elimination, they can get it from a safe spot, and it's not working right now. All they have to do is switch it up a little bit, more on focus on their strengths, which is those CQCs, and that's what they're doing. They're chasing in on some of the teams, timing it well, and even the final circle that we saw earlier, the timing that they had, when we thought that EVO's Divine can spot them and take them out early, they managed to get 1 elimination in addition to that what they have already, and they still are on top 3. So that's what we expect, or more, from core memory, but also from EVO's Divine that has been rocking it from yesterday. Now they have their first Booyah for today, and pretty much the same story from what we've seen from Indonesia. First Booyah was not there, and then consecutive Booyahs was just coming from Indonesia.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I'm actually quite surprised that EVO's pulled in a very slow game in that first one, but you can see them ramping up in the second matchup. But what's more impressive than that is, even though EVO's tried to ramp it up in the second game, we still did see some teams kind of really match up to them in terms of the points ripped away from that matchup. Core memory still maintaining that presence, maintaining that consistency that we were looking for. These are all very important points. But I also want to look towards the bottom of the leaderboard, Neptune. Once again, Visaka Sriwijaya and Vamos, both of them were in the 11th and 12th spot after the first game, and they have remained in the 11th and 12th spot after the second game. That's going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's tough, especially for Visaka Sriwijaya. They still have 17 points in between them and PE Sports. And PE Sports, though, another team that's not performing. But if you're behind a team that's not performing after 2 games, it will be tough. They tried to be aggressive, but it didn't pay off that much. Vamos, at some point, it's really tough for them, because after 2 games, they only have 1 point. Taken down a little bit too early from both instances is not doing that Malaysian team any good. And we know how they perform, if they perform, but now I think they're just bombing out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is obviously something that they need to keep an eye on. But overall, it was EVOS the one with the biggest leap on the leaderboard, moving from the 6th spot to the 2nd. Granted, there were only 2 games played, and obviously we're going to see a lot of shifts in the leaderboard. But what's important is shifts are being made in a positive way, right? You don't want to see anybody kind of like slipping down. Todak moved up 1 spot as well, currently in the 4th spot, and they're showing moderate improvement. And this is a surprise, because in the past days, we didn't really see Malaysia make a lot of improvements. But of course, on that note, I'm looking forward to more. We're about to hop on into the game. Neptune, this time round, I do expect to see the Malaysians up in here once again. We are about to head into Nextera, where the future comes to the present.
Yeah, definitely. We are back to the future in Nextera. A good flight path. The only question is, will there be another or any because it doesn't seem like it is the story of today's battle, because they have find a good spot to make sure that they can loot up easy and early into this fight. But as you can see, there's a few that is very close against each other. Evo's Divine has dropped into Grab Labs, and they might take on Team Flash a little bit early. That will not give Team Flash any good, especially they are trying to climb up that leaderboard.
And it looks like Onyx going to go in here for the very far out map play this time around. EVOS versus Flash at Plazaria. It's not going to be good for Flash if they do bump into them. But of course, if Flash can pull off some miracle here by wiping out EVOS early, they will not just do themselves a favor, but also help out all the rest of the teams here who are trying to catch up with EVOS in the overall leaderboard.
Definitely. I mean, you take out the monsters, there's quite a balanced battle on towards the final circle. So let's see though if Evos will fall down, and we've seen them fall down, but not for this final part of phase 2. For WAG, they're chasing in against Obey and Visaka Srivijaya. Though they made one elimination already, I think this will won't be taken away from them with that Trogon in the jump. Alan was just deadly.
Yeah, beautifully done. And obviously, Alan played that smart. He knew that his opponent was standing just by the corner of the wall with the M590 based on the sound of the gunshot. And he pulled up a good blue wall just to protect himself. And it's those kind of minute movements that are going to keep you safe for longer out there. Speaking of safer for longer, Visaka Srivijaya is not understanding exactly what that means at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, they're not playing safe. They are being taken down early, and they have to pay for it. But for Todak right now, 1 against 3. There goes the takedown against Alan with that P90. X4, though, will try and be jumped, but Vidal's for the backup with that Mag 7 and traps with the finisher. So WAG needs to go for the vending machine to bring back their teammates, but for Todak, they are still going for the hunt.
Yeah, and Vamos rotating straight into GOW, who have got the vantage point here. And the spot on them, potentially Deanne, with the information. And it's very smart in terms of play here for GOW to have a scout as the rest of the players do move on towards the vending machine down at the bottom at Rushdown. Raja, Parafal in hand. The sprays are there. And Vamos straight up to the front as the sniper who's turned into a CQC SMG player at this point of time. Looking for the drop here with the MP5 level 1 grenade, finding the tag onto Axel. And Yanbin sprayed down out of nowhere. Onyx showing up in this fight as the third party from afar. They will capitalize.
Yeah, they are capitalizing with a capital M. M249 at this point. That is far away, but shots are still making it. The spray, no praying at all for Onyx Olympus. Team Vamos, they're the ones who need to pray because all that damage from afar, they need to get out of that way. But Onyx Olympus is now going in for the chase against GOW, or probably one player of GOW, but shots is not being made by core memory, and they might be able to take advantage, but it's only one player though. It's done. But we know how it is on the snipes. He might be able to take at least one down.
Koda and Oscar. Adam has got the Oscar active skill card here. Question is, when is he going to use this? As Onyx now going in for the shutdown onto Vamos. This is not going to be good for business here. Vamos have not been decent on the previous 2 matches, and they go in for the rush to meet this man halfway. Are they going to be able to get this as Adrian drops to West? Time turner pulled out, and a good return fire by Axel. M590 to the head, and now the backstab pulled up phenomenally here by Cyru, and Vamos 3 games in a row will crash out.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure if they had any points on them, but it's not looking good for Vamos at this point. Not quite sure if it's something with their tactics, with their, I don't know, devices or whatever, but it doesn't look like the Vamos that we've seen before. And we're talking about like teams against them that is not performing on the earlier parts of the knockout stage, wherein even when they are against Brave United, Team Falcons, there's still a good chance that they can get the points. They are the, I would say, from the first phase of the knockout stage, they're the ones in the top in terms of Malaysian team. But it's nice right now. or going for the takedown against Fun. It's civil war moment at this point for Team Heavy, and let's see if they can bring more to their side.
Yeah, man. I mean, not too sure exactly what Tan was thinking there in that situation, but either way, it's unfortunate for Team Vamos. I mean, they're not as unfortunate as Vamos. Vamos 3 games in a row have crashed out very badly now. And I was just talking about how them and Visaka Srivijaya haven't been able to pull away from that bottom 2 spots. And Vamos was literally in the 12th spot at the end of game 2. And I guess they will remain there. Yeah, and let's see, as 40 more players left in here, 10 squads, all full squads, expand. Waltz tagged up already from afar, DN with the AWM, looking for one, Yanbin, Parafal to the head of Luki, Dekos, moving in for the save. DN with the sprays onto Afik, glue wall melters, make that a double, Afik tagged up as well, still on his feet, and DN unable to get the player down on his knees just yet, and as I say that, AWM clips him and expands out of there, not wanting to deal with the rest of the GOW players.
Yeah, I mean, they want to get out of that area, especially when one of their players has been taken out. They don't have any overwatch, and they need to back away. So they're traversing the edge of a circle in different levels. One in the top, one in the middle, and one below. But for core memory, they have been taken out a little bit too early. So I guess their reign in the top for today will be stoppable.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunate for core memory. After pulling away those points in the first 2 games, they dropped the ball early here in game 3. And obviously, that's going to give room for EVOS to catch up with them in the #1 spot to dominate up top. And a total of 100 points for core memory as they crashed out. I was thinking they would be able to catch up with Onyx based on this matchup, but that's not going to be happening. Maybe you'll have to wait for that map number 4.
Yeah, let's see though if that map number 4 can give them that chance. But right now, in terms of positioning, Evo's Divine is already set up to go in for the edge of the circle. But one of their players has been taken down. It is Faiz from Todak who managed to get that snipe. But Evo's Divine can recover. They do have a vending machine, but in front of them, there's a team that is waiting. So Todak might be in trouble later on. Now Russia will be back. They have a chance that Todak will be spotted, especially they know the position. So Todak is what they're doing right now is going in, launching themselves in right next to Evo's Divine for the backstab.
Grenade cooked up, Ray. Ooh, defense has dropped in the instant blue wall direction once again. But the question is, can they trade this out up against Todak? Yes, they can. Vidal's down on the ground. Aim God, M590. What a rebel rush straight up to the front. That also was popped as well. Ooh. And Todak just barely could hang in there with EVOS. It was a easy run of eliminations here.
Yeah, Evo says you bring one down, we bring you down. The entire team, and that's what they have right now. Though Ray has been knocked down already, they need to back away from Onyx Olympus. Those portal might not be helping them, but Aim God will be the distraction to make sure that one of their players will be able to get to that vending machine and bring back their teammates. But Onyx Olympus will just be waiting. Their run towards that portal will not be happening. They don't want to be trapped as well, just in case they pop off onto the other side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now Onyx Olympus rotating in, about to find the key player of EVOS. Without Russia, the equation has become so much more tougher. And a sliver of health left here for Russia. Down he goes. And Adam will be able to take that final shot as the Riptide Rhythm breaks down the extra layer of defense here. And EVOS will buy their buddy right back into play.
Yeah, we're seeing WAG as well, heading in towards the right side of Onyx Olympus. So let's see on what they will do right now. They spots out with that binocular. PE Sports and X-Sports starting that battle, and it's down against Nero, plus a Riptide Rhythm to open it up.
Oh, beautifully played here. X-Sport, damn dangerous with the shot that he took there. But of course, no eliminations coming on through for PE Sports. Makes a very quick adjustment. The player obviously, help me, crawls away from the window.
Dude, I mean, that sound cue gives me trauma every time. Every time I
Same here,
I play ranked Clash Squad mode, it's instantaneously comes up when you get knocked down. So
In every game of Clash Squad, I hear it because I'm the one using that command. Help me, and nobody helps me, man. I hate ranking solo.
And like you get tired of pressing that enemy here. No one's going in. You know they're low. So I try to change up my quick messages as well, but still not helping.
Help me, not helping. Help me. Unhelpful people. Come on, guys. Whenever someone says help, you know, if you guys are watching this, and you guys are obviously watching this, you're hearing this, please help your teammates up in Clash Squad, all right?
Yeah.
You cannot win solo. Don't get cocky. You have to make sure you've got the numbers advantage. And look at how these pro teams play on Clash Squad instantaneously when their team member is dropped. They are out there picking them up instantaneously, keeping the numbers pressure up. But if in your ranked matches, you're going to allow your teammates to just continuously scream, help me, it's not going to help anyone.
Yeah. And every time you
Public
tag,
service announcement.
every time you tag an opponent, they keep away from that area. So let's see. Evo Zivar, X-Man rather, going against Team GOW. They're very close. A pick has been picked up. This is what I'm talking about. And they are prepped right now, spite of all the pressure from GOW. They can step out, but let's see if they can fight back. I think it is a getaway mission. And Expando managed to take down Dian and pick up another one for a pick.
Oh, Delena's about to cry. This one's turning real sour real quick. She just gave up on Vamos and now Expand about to drop into the exact same situation as well. Whilst the solo player on the setup Expand could not do much. As Heavy gets involved in this battle as well, Expand crashes out in the 8th spot. But the battle will continue. Another team hops on into the fray. It is this time EVOS up against WAG. Rastia down on the ground again. This boy's not having a good day.
Yeah, definitely his aim is not good. The way he positioned is at some point it's off right now. Just the first one most of the time moves going down. But the flank as well as the pitch being brought in by Evo's Mind that clears out WAG this time around on Olympus into a rush. One has gone down, but they've managed to get away.
Yeah, man. And Prime taking too many shots there to break down that glue wall, finding no connections. And we'll have to reposition.
Olympus Prime, after that, breaking and entering will be the ones being rushed in by GOW. Let's see if GOW, in spite of them, only 2 players, will be able to survive and fight back. But Team Flash as well, making a lot of noise against PE Sports, but they need to move because there's not so much of opening, especially when the circle closes in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now everybody's asking Delena what's wrong with Expand. Delena, you've got to answer them.
Who's jinxing who?
Who's jinxing who? You see, Neptune, as long as you were supporting Expand, everything was fine. The moment Delena said, all right, no more Vamos, let's go to Expand, and then they got taken out. So, okay. I'm not saying anything. I'm just pointing it out.
Facts, bro.
Facts. The 2 Indonesian squads, though. EVOS and Onyx. Onyx with the advantage here, with the vantage point. Kochil will be spotted out, but everybody goes on prone. But the grenades, though, being laid onto Kochil. Not finding the tag just yet. And the frag grenades are just a tad bit too short. Rastia, once again, in danger of getting taken down. And don't cry, PE Sports firing at them, picking up those points. And EVOS will get eliminated in 6. This is good news for the rest of the teams trying to climb up the leaderboard, but Onyx is still dangerous up there.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx Olympus is the ones who knocked on the doors of Evo's Divine, who disrupted their position because they were brought into the middle of everyone else. But Onyx Olympus will try to go fight against one player from JOW, but it's Mufasa who managed to bring him down. And PE Sports, don't cry, will be paying for what he did, or was it Nero? But what they did against Evo's Divine.
It could be Yunsul time, but it could also be Gina Caroline time. Onyx still alive and kicking. And all 4 players are souped up for battle. They don't really have to move all that too early. They do have an advantage with the circle moving towards their compound. The team that will be under heavy pressure, though, is Team Flash right outside, just using the container for the defense, and they will quickly rush on in to take a closer fight up against the players of Onyx Olympus. And nobody is home as Onyx and PE both run to the 2nd and 3rd floor of the building.
Dude, this is a 3-level of battle that Heavy needs to take advantage. But let's see, the blue is closing in, or shifting rather, and let's see if PE Sports can take it ahead. They're already onto the edge, and already a good chance that they can get position, but it is out in the open. There goes PE Sports being shot at by Team Heavy, and Team Flash is safe. Onyx Olympus even safer, and no challenge is being brought in to Team Heavy.
Oh, beautifully picked up here. Nero made a big mistake by rotating outside the circle, got knocked down by the players of Heavy from across the battlefield, but the recovery was instantaneous. Onyx with the reposition, that fails big time, and it looks like it's not Conchita Caroline time, and it's not gonna happen. It's Yunsul time, baby. 3 Vietnamese teams left in here, and the YouTube chat kept asking, what's happening to Vietnam? Where are the Vietnam teams? I guess the Vietnam teams are responding.
Yeah, they are responding hard. 3 teams already in the final circle, and let's see who's going to grab that Booyah Mufasa and the rest of the teams right now will be going in for the flank, and PE Sports distance themselves against the other team. Might be able to spot on crime and add more to those eliminations, but let's see what carnage it will do. But I think Heavy don't want that in play and takes it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Onyx still hanging on with the final player in the mix here. Wonder if or not he'll be able to pull some extra position points, maybe even eliminations in this final circle. And ABCD and gang doing very well, but as I say that Mufasa puts the final bullet in the coffin for Onyx. They get taken out in the 4th spot. Flash losing 1 player, but the pickup isn't too difficult. But the circle, though, going to be pressuring Team Flash. PE distracted with Heavy. This is Flash's opportunity to take advantage.
Yeah, but Flash is not moving in, and there goes Nero against PLS1, and finally Team Flash already making their play. There goes ABCD, a little bit too close, but it is worth it. They take down Heavy, and they have full squad to challenge PE Sports. Now, who's going down first in this fight? Don't cry up front, and will be taken down by ABCD.
Absolutely. 1, 2, 3, 4. They count the bodies that they are laying out on the floor. Team Flash, 1 more player standing up. And PE Sports with 1 more player standing up. LBT versus Death, both with the M590. LBT just flirting around with the blue zone here, circling around. Will find the connection onto the glue wall first. Death very quickly, just healing himself up. FGL shot, not going to find the connection, but that prevents Death from stepping up front. Brilliant play by LBT. Intentional or not, that will keep him away from that a little bit longer. And Death now with the glue wall to make sure the rotation doesn't happen. And outside the circle, LBT will be able to outmaneuver Death itself to play the survival and grab the Booyah knob.
And we just mentioned PE Sports is very close to being taken over by another team, especially in their position on the 10th spot, and they made a comeback. For how long? We don't care. As long as for today, they grab that Booyah. Musical chairs as broad as in with PE Sports taking that final hit.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And this was a beautiful day of comebacks, not just for PE Sports, but for all the teams who have been struggling to find those points. And thankfully, EVOS is not as lethal as they were yesterday. They are actually faltering. They are failing to find the top 3. They are failing to find any bit of those points which they could guarantee the Indonesian viewers yesterday. And I think that's a good sign for all of the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though that they're not doing that well because the theory that we had, that they're trying to take all 3 days for this final part of phase 2 as their chance to get more in terms of prizes is not working. And other teams really just want to be in the top spot. But this final moment, I don't know. We still don't know who's taking who, but LBT, he is the first one who stepped outside, and he is the one who managed to go for that hit up close and personal. Pretty much a recap of what might happen in Clash Squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And overall, it was a great play from PE Sports here. You see, earlier on, we were expecting PE to step it up, but unfortunately, the best that they could do was find the 7th spot, right? Total of 11 points. They moved up from 9 to 7, just a little bit of an improvement, but this game should be able to bump them up quite high. I don't think the top 6 is going to be impossible if PE keeps up a average performance from here on in. I'm not going to ask for a booyah game after game, but they need to be in the top 3 now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least average top 3 percentage for the remaining 3 matches should be 100% so that they can maintain that role. Similar to what we've seen Eva's Divine, they managed to take the lead and still are in the lead despite of them not performing that well. And one thing though, Onyx Olympus, after being second from yesterday, it seems like they are still on the roll. So we might see Onyx Olympus as, I would say, another team and contender for the team of the day.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I think that is a high probability coming through from the teams in here, right? The last time we saw Onyx this dangerous, they most definitely climbed up the leaderboard very well. Yesterday, they managed to get to that 2nd spot. Overall, EVOS and Onyx dominated. But today, to see them faltering in a couple of moments shows us that it is not that they are making more mistakes. The other teams are stepping it up. The other teams are forcing them to make those mistakes. Like you saw, EVOS, they couldn't really play a good game because Russia, it was obviously unintentional. Nobody knows exactly who's out there on the battlefield, but it's just as luck would have it. Russia kept getting hit down again and again and again. And to play the recovery, especially for the sniper, to find another sniper for him was not very easy then.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a risk, especially if it's an entire takeout wherein he needs to revive. So it's a risk of one of the teammates taking that sniper, bringing it to him, and then probably lose it later on. So that, like, those instances that Razia is being lost, and we talk about this. If Razia is not performing, at some point Evo's Divine will not be performing, and hopefully it changes because you don't want to be dependent on one guy. That's the same story that we told for AG Global when Do is not performing. And if your sniper is doing much more for you compared to the rusher, then there's a huge thing that you need to work on because the top dogs doesn't depend on one person. They depend on each other, but they can do it solo.
Yeah, Visakha Srivijaya and Vamos still down there at the bottom. And surprisingly, they are joined by WAG today. Yesterday was a great day for this Vietnamese squad, and I'm not too sure exactly what's happening here, Neptune. You know, I expected more from them.
Yeah, probably it's because of all the aggression that, like, they tried, that they're trying right now, but it's not working because the other teams are really performing. But let's listen to what PE Sports has to say after that booyah and bring it over to Yoon Sul, and let's see for this interview.
Thank you, our caster, and hello everybody. Welcome to our interview sections, and we just got our booyah come from PE Sport, and right next to me is PE Sport LVT. Yes, our MVP of the match today, I think, and congratulations. We are so relieved when, you know, PE Sport clutched that final game. So let's jump into the questions immediately, shall we? So when we were in the last combat, you were fighting 4v4 with another team. Of course, we don't know who it is, but it was obviously a very chaotic combat. So I would like to ask you, who is the main caller who decided to call everyone to play that battle. And how is your mental when you're having a 1v1 solo at the end? Xin chào LBT, thì chúc mừng LBT và PE Esports, các bạn đã rất là thành công ở trong việc lấy Booyah để gọi là giải quay hết tất cả mọi thứ, bởi vì chúng mình đã khai trận đầu tiên rất là căng thẳng rồi. Thì đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên là chúng mình có một cái pha combat rất là căng thẳng ở cuối game và mình không biết được đó là ai cả. Tuy nhiên thì mình muốn thắc mắc là ai là người đã quyết định đưa ra cái ý kiến là xử đẹp ba người kia, và tâm lý của LBT như thế nào khi mà mình phải solo rất là căng thẳng 1v1 phía cuối?
Dạ, pha đó anh em đều hết kêu cả hết rồi. Em kêu lui lại để dựa lưng cho hổ, mà hai người bị kẹt lại. Còn chỉ còn em với hổ thôi, nhưng mà em lao lên em một phát ăn luôn à.
Một phát ăn luôn.
Dạ.
Nếu mà như vậy thì em có cảm thấy là mình đã ăn ý với lão hổ nhiều hơn chưa?
Dạ, cũng em với hổ thì cũng hiểu ý nhau.
Nhưng mà thực sự pha cuối đó rất là thành công của mọi người, pha đó coi vậy thực sự là thoát tim luôn ấy. Cho nên là mong mọi người hãy giữ vững lửa và tiếp tục hơn ở những trận đấu về sau nhé. So for LBT, he said that because we were fighting together, LBT was the one who decided to shoot the combat immediately, and he asked Lão Hổ to support for him from his back. And for the two others, because they were knocked down, so LBT just ran up and he decided to done the game at that moment. And LBT lúc đó thì tâm lý pha cuối của em mình có cảm thấy như thế nào, mình có run hay như thế nào không?
Dạ không chị ơi, em rất là tự tin.
Rất là tự tin.
Những tình huống 1-1.
Một tăng cơ rất là chuẩn xác. For LBT, his mentality at the end of the game for 1v1 solo, he feel very confident that he believed in himself that he can win this game. So that's why I can meet him here in the interview section. So into our second questions, back to the mood today. Because two of our first game was very, very intense and you got this booyah. So overall, from yesterday to today, how do you feel about your team until this moment? Thì cả ngày hôm nay rồi chúng ta đang được đấu 3 trận đấu rồi, và 2 trận đấu đầu tiên thì tất nhiên rất là căng thẳng. Nhưng mà từ hôm qua đến bây giờ thì PE Esports của chúng mình đang có từng bước cải thiện nhỏ nhưng mà rất là rõ rệt. Thì tính tới cái booyah hiện tại mà mọi người đã có được thì em nghĩ rằng là mình đã rút được kinh nghiệm gì rồi để mà đội của mình đã có được chiến thắng ở ngày hôm nay?
Dạ, em sau ngày hôm qua tụi em coi lại rất là nhiều và rút được kinh nghiệm theo nhịp độ trận đấu. Tụi em đang dần dần hoàn thiện đó.
Nhưng mà thường là mình có xảy ra căng thẳng hay là cái gì không trong lúc mà mình trao đổi với nhau?
Dạ, sấy thì cũng bị sấy.
Sấy thì cũng bị sấy. Thì
dạ.
ai là người sấy nhỉ?
Dạ, anh Vi.
Anh Vi. Hoàng Anh thì sao?
Hoàng Anh cũng sấy
Hoàng
luôn,
Anh
nhưng
cũng
mà
sấy.
sấy thì mình chỉ nghe và tiếp thu thôi, chứ giờ mình đã bắn không tốt rồi, mình phải nghe thôi.
Cảm ơn em. Và so today, for his mood, he feel kind of a relief when he finally got his booyah for his team. But overall, from yesterday to today, at night they have watched a lot of games so many times, so they can understand that the mistake that they made. And of course, his coach and also the owner of the team, people are so angry, so they almost get into a fight, but overall everything, they just want the best for the team, so they just silently listen and adapt to it, and that's why they can have this victory. So into our third questions and also the final questions, because this is our second day and tomorrow will be the last day, we will only have 9 games left. Is there anything you want to do or anything you want to share to the audience that you can make it to the finals? Bởi vì chúng ta chỉ còn ngày hôm nay và ngày thi đấu ngày mai, tức là còn 9 game nữa thôi. Thì không biết là em cùng với PE Esports mình có muốn chia sẻ gì với các bạn khán giả rằng là mình sẽ là một cái đội tuyển có thể vươn lên và nắm chắc cái tấm vé chung kết ở Hà Nội không em?
Dạ, tụi em không nắm chắc gì điều gì cả. Tụi em chỉ cố gắng hết sức của tụi mình, tụi em.
Nhưng mà bây giờ thì đã tự tin hơn rồi chứ nhỉ?
Dạ, cũng được một phần nhỏ thôi chị ạ.
Một phần nhỏ thôi.
Dạ.
Nhưng mà cảm thấy vui vẻ và nhẹ nhàng hơn rất là nhiều, đúng không? Nếu mà nghe như vậy thì rất là tốt rồi. So we cannot promise anything at first. We will just try our best so we can get the ticket to the finals. But definitely we won't let you guys down, and of course still our promises that we will do our best. But if the outcome cannot be like our pretending, so it's gonna be kind of hard for us. So please understand for us. And overall just a day for PE Sport at all. Cảm ơn em rất là nhiều và hy vọng rằng sẽ được thấy PE Sport cùng với những đội tuyển Việt Nam khác ở lên bàn phỏng vấn cùng với Yusun, và mong mọi người sẽ rực cháy hơn, giữ lửa hơn ở trong trận đấu tiếp theo nhé. Fighting! Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to the caster and see the game start.
Thank you very much, Yunsul and LBT. Well, it's good that he was confident and calm in that 1v1, because if it's me, or probably both of us, it's nerve-wracking at that point. But that's why they are pros. And speaking of pros, how the pros are dealing with all those mistakes, especially in the past, and there's a lot. Talking about PE Sports, they are it's a good thing that they are making a few people angry, because if not, then it would still continue. They will not get that booyah, they will not evolve, they will not perform well if it was just letting it fly. So well, it's up to PE Sports to treat it as tough love and then do what they have to do to win.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, I'm looking at a potential here where PE Sports is just going to wake up finally in the competition. I hope this gives them enough a level of confidence to keep their pressure up on the rest of the opponents out there and find that final circle. Either way, the safe play is the way they should be going, because it's not really a team that provides consistent numbers with those eliminations. But LBT, the MVP, 4 eliminations, 3 knockdowns, 2,309 on the damage, and the rare Oscar being brought in here as his active skill.
Yeah, I mean, Valiant Dash, we haven't seen that being used to a good effect, but we've seen a variant in terms of how they use the active skill. They also have the Homer and A124, brings me back to last year. And for the recent Clash Squad, we've seen the Steffi used so much. So I guess it is very helpful as well. But they're the ones throwing all those grenades against Evo's Divine. So I guess they know the idea on how that works.
11 eliminations for PE Sports is very decent based on their recent performance, and I think this is a good way to start climbing up the ladder, right? Hit that booyah, pull away decent number of eliminations just to climb up today's days of performance, because in the overall grand scheme of things, we've got 18 games to play, and they're not too far away from making that qualifier, right? Adrian and Adam from the side of Onyx fighting the key player highlight here alongside Lao Ho.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx Olympus, as we mentioned earlier, they have been performing, especially from yesterday. And today, though they failed in most instances in getting a lot of elimination, I guess they managed to get a few more, especially in this game. Very close to PE Sports, only 3 points between them. And Team Flash as well has performed, but Evo's Divine, in spite of them being caught off guard in most cases, Russia being brought down, they're still in number 4, tied with Heavy, and they're still a good run to maintain their number 1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, let's take a look at the standings for today. Core Memory will maintain their number 1 spot, although they got eliminated a little bit early, but slowly and surely, EVOS climbing up the ladder here, and now in the 2nd spot, 46 points in total. But Expand and Todak still maintaining the top 6 run. This is very, very shocking. I have never seen such consistency out of the Malaysian teams, although Delena did curse Expand moments ago. But we hope to see more from them. I'm very, very sure. I think Malaysia is going to score 1 booyah at least today. I've got the confidence that that is going to happen then.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to it, whether it's Expand, whether it's Todak, whether it's Vamos. We've seen that so many times from the previous weeks. But right now, this is what we're aiming for. All the teams are aiming for. Good on the graphics as well. It's the top 6 out of the 12 that we have on this final part of Phase 2. And those ending it by tomorrow on the left-hand side will be proceeding to the grand finals.
And Core Memory dropping the ball earlier. It was their opportunity to catch up with Onyx, but being eliminated early from the race obviously didn't help that cause at all. But in the grand scheme of things, I guess they are in a very comfortable spot at this point of time. But of course, we do want to see more, because it's not just about today. We've got 1 more day of the knockout stage in here tomorrow, Sunday. And now we head into a map where we are probably going to see many safe plays and, teams not wanting to engage with each other because Solara is very new into the map mix here. And it did bring quite a bit of chaos yesterday now.
Yeah, I mean, they want to savor the memory as well of staying in Solara because at this point, not a lot of teams has mastered it compared to the other maps. We had the Kings of Solara per se already in the grand final, so those who follow will be Evos, Visaka Sriwijaya, even GOW, who might be showing up in this game. But why wouldn't you show up if you have this device, Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, in the palm of your hands, playing Free Fire for this series?
Yeah, absolutely, man. You're talking about next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor. You're talking about the enhanced Vulkan engine. You're talking about ray tracing technology. What is there not to love about the brand new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, the ultimate weapon for professional gamers? I'm surely looking to pick one up for myself. Still waiting for the approval from the wife, but I'm pretty sure she's getting close to it.
Well, it's a good thing you're just waiting for approval. I'm waiting for, like, cash
budget
to buy budget. But there's no waiting for the game. Solara, where everyone's being excited and how each team is going to play, is on. So let's head over and fly on through it.
Absolutely, man. Heading on into Solara, taking us into game number 4. We are starting off the second half of the day here with this map. Looking forward to seeing exactly which team will be caught in a potential early showdown here as Heavy hopping out towards Riders Club. Windmill is gonna have a very heavy fight between Team Flash and EVOS.
Not quite sure who's jumping in against who, but if it is EVOS, this is a chance really to catch up for today. They are aiming for that team of the day, but Team Flash has done a lot but well in this fight. Aim God almost being taken down. Quick movement with that Rebel Rush to get away, and none of them has been taken down except for Death, who has been sniped by Cochil. So not quite sure if this will slow down Team Flash at this point, but the Zom has gone down, ABCD has gone down, Wang M. Their snipers will need to get away, so the choice is yours, whether it's a motorcycle or that slide rail, but I think they will be safe. For Onyx Olympus though, they're going against PE Sports. Stone Prize already out and down on the ground, and Nero has been eliminated. That's 2 points for Onyx Olympus. And now, as we expect that there was no hot drop, because not everyone's familiar, I guess they are going for crunch time at this point to gather all those games, all those elimination early for this day.
Well, just 1 minute in, and the revival obviously is gonna be brought back in very quickly. EVOS just torturing the players of Flash. And thankfully, ABCD was revived early on enough, so Team Flash will continue to survive for the time being. And a contract has been taken out, but it is PLS1, and it's going to get caught in the crosshairs of EVOS.
Oh, PLS1 managed to take down Aim God, and the glue wall is about to expire, and there goes the confirmation. Rasia though, AC80 for a takedown against Kabi, and a follow-up needs to be done, but he is doing it by himself, and onto the off angle. He needs to get away because he doesn't have any backup. It's a good thing he had a slide rail as well as the addition of that glue wall effect in this game.
And there's no more glue walls for the man, but thankfully, decent enough distance has been put between him and the rest of the players from Flash. And on he goes. These slide rails definitely do allow you to play a very quick reposition out here on the Solara map.
Yeah, let's see though, Expand. You called it. They need to go safe and play it, but this is for the message was more for PE Sports. So they're the ones who lost 2 players a little bit early into the game, but Expand is the ones doing what you suggested, and it's needed because you know how EVOS Vine played it yesterday. They're trying to do it right now, but speaking of which, they're heading straight into WAG.
Oh yeah, and Expand. This is the moment they get to either shine or we see all that performance go down the drain by a crushing defeat in the hands of WAG. Can Malaysia get this done? Because unsuspecting, but Max 7! And the Drogon will win out that bout for the time being. But Allen really low, will get sprayed down by Waltz and the Thompson. Cyrus with a backup, 50% on his HP. Still left on him, Tikui being forced back. And Allen finally goes down. Tikui does not have enough health on him. And Expand outdoing the Vietnamese Warriors. WAG being dropped one after the other. And Expand has woken up.
And when we thought they will be taken out early, no, says Expand. We are here for a fight. And they are doing it once again. But we were expecting them to be passive in this game. But, well, it's a good thing that they won that battle. Now, for Heavy, they are chasing in, or probably, yeah, they are being chased as well. But that hit list will be on to someone else. They might have spotted Flash already. Wang M going solo, and everyone's swarming around him. And he's just, as a thief in the night, trying to survive.
CRM getting a good catch. But it's between Flash and Heavy now at this point of time, and Wang M will be able to stop PLS1. Please don't come here, says Wang M. And luck will be on the side of Team Flash. And Todak on that revival spree as well, bringing their team members back in here. And we are one more player away from being a full lobby of 11 teams again.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Wang M really sneaky. He managed to sneak away one revival, but received a lot of damage. Let's see if he can do it one more time. Nope, he was hunted and has been taken down. For Ego's Divine, hunt is also happening, but Ray has fallen down. The revival can be done. Gracia is just doing his best to make sure that everyone gets away or gets off from Aim God's back.
If not, EVOS is going to be able to torture CRM here. And yep, the answer is yes. CRM losing multiple players to EVOS Divine, but thankfully the squad has not been wiped out just yet, so recovery on the way.
Cedo on the other side, GOWDN for the pinch, and he goes down though, and backstab being done by Yan Bin against PE Sports. Don't try and manage to fight out on the other side. The pickup has been done already, so it's a full squad against 3, but GOW is not stopping in their approach. They are not stopping on their rush, and might be another takedown by Yanbin. But where's the backup though?
Oh, rushing straight out, using the time turner to his advantage. Yanbin and gang with the torture. Tando bleeding down on the ground. And Yanbin the final player, and he'll use this opportunity of the downtime to pick Demon up. Tan right inside the window. Very quick recovery for GOW here, and it's a bad play from PE. They don't go in for the shutdown. But of course, not their fault. They didn't know exactly how many players are still up on their feet. And Yanbin stays back to keep the rest of the PE players distracted here. Don't cry up against Yanbin and 590. Tan with the recovery as well. LBT a sliver of health, and PE Sports have wasted too much of time in this battle up against GOW.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that both teams are still surviving, but GOW says, I want to say bye-bye at this point, though Yanbin is falling down. Special design comes Lao Ho, another one might go down, and there you go, GOW.
Yeah, and unfortunate for the Vietnamese squad of GOW, but PE Sports definitely played that one a little bit better in some moments. But of course, the one player revived by GOW was taken out of the equation as he found himself landing back on the map. And a civil war breaks out once again between Onyx and EVOS. If they snuff each other out, this could be a very big boon for the rest of the teams. Adam, 5 more HP, still standing. Though A12 forced to take a skill hit onto him. As Grime will find Ray, could shield with a spray down onto Adrian. Recovery as a 3v3 ensues between these two Indonesian squads and Russia out of nowhere. M82B, and Adam will be able to respond well with the M590, taking out the sniper of EVOS, continuing the battle this time against Aim God, and Aim God is a specialist with a shotgun. Adam needs to be very careful with this fight. And EVOS pulls away as PE Sports off screen gets taken out of the equation.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to survive earlier. They did survive in most cases after bringing GOW down, but I don't think they have enough for that recovery. Thus, they have been eliminated. Onyx Olympus, though, very close to being eliminated as their opponents, which is
Triple
EVOS
kill.
Divine, has lost a few members, brought them back, and now Aim God is also out. Death managed to take down Rasia, and it's really tough right now for EVOS Divine. They couldn't get a break.
Let's see if or not they can get a break here from this blue zone that is torturing them at this point in time. They need to make their movement in towards that safe side of the map. Expand though. Up against Vamos here at the aquarium. One of them is going to sink.
Let's see though. If they can break the glass, they will all be wet at this point. But Vamos, being too smart, heading in on to the underground where I was expecting or was looking for that in Battle Royale. Where was it that we keep playing in Clash Squad in aquarium? And it was underneath, under the water, I would say. And it took a while. It took a few teams to carry me there, but it's still within the same safe zone. So I guess they are safe at the moment, unless Expand decides to stay much longer.
Harlow, I'm under the water, says the boys from Vamos, but Expand obviously looking to fish them out. Vamos with the reposition, and both the Malaysian teams will get this next circle, so not a lot of rotation needed here. But obviously Vamos looking to get some revenge here. Multiple shots towards Expand, but not enough of a range to take advantage of just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they can wait. They can take their time for the moment. And they also have a slide rail to work with, well, for Expand. Because for Vamos, they're going to take that. Because definitely it will cross against them. But Kochil right now. Good shots. Bring down Adam and Onyx Olympus. This battle between these two teams has been going in quite a long. And Aim God might be stepping in trouble. It's a good thing he slowed down and spots Adrian. The only question is, what does he have? He does have M590. Adrian managed to pull away, and he goes down with that Mag 7.
Oh, beautiful. The Civil War once again putting the pressure on EVOS. And they will have to back away and play on the back foot once again to the delight of every other squad out there on this map. And Saka Srivijaya, the team is not having a great run here today, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's see though if they can change the tides at this point. 9 teams remaining, and we are on the 11th mark. And looking at the circle right now, there's a lot of open area to work with. Only nature will be their help at this point. But Death, nice parking, bro. Almost bringing it up onto the stairs. Up close and personal against Heavy, but also in the sights of Misaka Srivijaya. So not quite sure what Team Flash will be doing. Riptide Rhythm on them, and they have that launch pad. Good thing Death managed to get away, but for the rest of the teams, it might be trouble. But no, they are good.
And they pick up an active skill card on the Zane as well, so a little bit of a tankier fight they can take a little bit later on. Flash up against Heavy. And another Civil War. But thankfully, Team Flash wants no part of this battle. Saka Srivijaya inside the circle. This next zone is going to be pretty torturous because 32 players still alive, Nep, and I think that's too many.
Well, I guess we have one team taken out already, which is Onyx Olympus, and it's quite a surprise though because we are seeing them doing quite well. But for Todak, as well as Expand, and if I'm not mistaken, we still have Vamos in the mix, so the 3 Malaysian team is still up. And the next circle, out in the open, with these much teams, with this much players, it would be tough. So let's see though who had more blue walls to work with, and probably who can wait out the next phase of the circle, just to make sure that they don't have that much of disadvantage when it comes to the open area.
Pochi, wow. The lag is 3 years behind on the shot, but it's okay. We'll ignore. We saw that. So the rest of them, though, will be able to spray down. EVOS, under a lot of pressure, brings in the monster truck to play a tanky defense. And Axel knocks Coach Shield down onto the ground. EVOS back to back being pelted by all these bullets because they made that very aggressive push into the circle first. And Riptide Rhythm from the back, breaking down the defenses, using the monster truck to cover their 6 and a decent glue wall to cover their 12. EVOS Divine, this is such a risky maneuver out there in the open.
Yeah, it might have worked yesterday, but not today. A lot of teams have the snipes on them, and they know the position that they're taking. They are just staying in the edge of the circle, not even stepping into the next phase, because they know that it's open area. But for Team Flash, let's see if they can get a hit on Heavy when Launchpad is on. So they might be taking that spot where Evo Divine is, but a takedown against them delays it.
Got an Expand taken out. Cursed by Delani in the chat. Yes. Todak. Still, Todak versus Vamos. This is not a fight the Malaysians want to take, but it's a fight they cannot avoid. There's just a boulder between Todak and Vamos are not looking to slow this pace down as they go in here to flush the boys of Todak out. But look at this. Ice grenades being dropped on Vamos, tagging them up decently well. And all those glue wall melters, removing those defenses on the side of Vamos. This has been dragged out for quite a while already. Get Nice getting the double elimination on the EVOS players, but EVOS still standing on the ground here. Todak finally taking the initiative to meet Vamos halfway. June with the close quarters combat, and Mindel almost sprayed down, but it is Team Vamos winning out a majority of those gunshots first, but June with that failure will put the team in a lot of trouble, and Todak aggresses on as Visaka Srivijaya wiped out alongside Vamos.
And hopefully Todak didn't lose so much of resources, especially with all those rain of throwables. But Team Flash is losing their teammates right now. Evo Divine out on 5th. Team Flash might be following them, and a healing gameplay being done by the Zom. Steps into corner to recover, and not quite sure what the plan is. Will he be reviving his teammates, or I don't think there's any time, so I guess he just needs to be prepared to step in later on because Heavy's still on the way.
I think the managers of the Malaysian teams had a good chat with them yesterday because out of nowhere the performance is phenomenal. Get Nice. Next stepping. Try to break down the blue ball. Just that finally, and Zom. What? Who manages to get away, and Zom sprayed down. Get Nice knocked down onto the ground as well. Todak, the one taking advantage. 10 eliminations though, but Vidal's making one crucial mistake here, and CRM able to take advantage, splitting into 2 different positions out there on the map. CRM looking to win this by just flanking around and pinstering these players in. But Team Heavy with the most number of players. Far East with the launch pad making one crucial mistake. And again, it is CRM shutting down the Todak players.
Mufasa trying to go for the flank right now, and the rest of the team's being healed. And let's see, Fama's level 3, a good hiding spot, no chance of exploding because it has already exploded, and Heavy will go in for long flank. They couldn't deal with Todak, so why not jump in against Core Memory? One has been knocked down, has been picked up, and now the rush is on Riptide Rhythm, and they are spread around.
Wow, beautiful defense by CRM though. Quickly backing away. Cougar finding the boulder. CRM, Jump and Zenzi running away towards the back. Everybody splitting apart just to confuse the Heavy players and then joining back together. And that was a very beautiful defensive maneuver coming through from CRM. Looking for another booyah. Looking to show us Misa's face once again. It's a battle now between the uncles, Misa and Yunsulnep.
Yeah, let's see though who's going to win. In terms of numbers, it is Yunsul's team that has an advantage, and they don't want to get in the fight. They are waiting. They are quite close to the middle face of the circle, and I think they are just saving up for the resources just in case they want to lay down a maze of blue wall for them to jump into the middle. But focus on Core Memory. At this point, Riptide Rhythm, and it pushes Core Memory out, and they couldn't make their move.
Yeah, man. Heavy leading the charge now with the number of eliminations. Good glue wall to protect Cougar. Gets sprayed down once again. Cougar responses, and Zenzi with a headshot, slowing down the aggression of Heavy instantaneously. Now Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Team Heavy, and the shots coming on through from CRM. But none of the players get taken down. And CRM splitting up into two forces with Jump on the left-hand side.
Let's see though, not quite sure what Jump will be able to do. Todak has already made their way onto the belt because the Blues closing in. The moment Core Memory jumps up or moves up, they might be hit. But with this distraction coming from Todak against Heavy, this might be the move that Core Memory needs to get in against the Vietnamese team. And let's see, as everyone gets close to each other, there's no more social distancing at this point.
Yeah, great glue wall pulled up here by Heavy, and now Todak tanking the damage from the blue. That is not a great idea at all. And as Heavy quickly rotates away, Todak tanking the blue still as they try to sneak in right behind them. Not enough life on him, and Traps actually knocking down Jump, who got super aggressive there. Todak still stands a very good chance. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Heavy, forcing Heavy straight into the CRM players. CRM gets the knock. PLS1 down on the ground. Todak can take advantage while Malaysia secure the booyah. No, as Vidal's and Traps both get down by the CRM player, and Heavy takes advantage. What a three-way battle in that final circle. But Yunsul gets more stage time.
Yeah, definitely more stage time, more chances for Heavy and the rest of Vietnamese team to get into the top 6, and it is looking quite well. I love how they maintain their position, or probably maintain their cover, because Core Memory, Todak, doesn't have any cover apart from the blue wall, and it's just Heavy being smart. They don't want to waste any resources because they can, or they might be making a move against the other teams out in the open. So that's what they did. They may reserve their resources, waited for the perfect timing, and then rushed towards Core Memory, and in the process takes down a Todak as well.
Yeah, and of course Heavy with a lot to prove for themselves here. They continue to climb up the leaderboard. Yesterday, they picked up decent number of points, but this is the first booyah for Heavy here at the Phase 2 final bit of action. A total of 18 games to be played, and this is their first booyah. We still have got tomorrow 6 more matches, and for today, we have got 2 more to go, Neptune. Yep. I think they are in a pretty decent spot, Heavy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were able to move up, and from the beginning of the day, we've seen like mostly like a Vietnamese team stack up against each other from the 3rd to the 6th, if I'm not mistaken. So now Heavy is the ones taking the lead, even against WAG, who has been pushed down very, very low. They're not performing that well, but I love the turnaround, and they're very, very close as well to probably top 3, whether it's Core Memory, whether it's Onyx Olympus, or Evo's Divine. Well, Evo's Divine, very far already because of their consistency in terms of elimination, but they seem to be slowing down right now.
Yeah, but what matters is Core Memory will still be at the top of the leaderboard, all thanks to the massive game number 1 that they took at the start of the day. And I really like that, right? So 4 games elapsed already. We've got 2 more maps to play. And obviously, Core Memory will be looking to hold on the number 1 spot. But the other teams are waking up slowly but surely. Todak still maintaining a lot of pressure. They should be in the top 3 based on their performance, getting into that final circle. I mean, not too bad on the eliminations as well. This is the first time we're seeing Todak perform this well, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they went against some of the teams that we expect they will be falling down, but no, they had that motivation, probably from what is shown from Expand, and probably the good word as well. I keep hearing that, the good talk coming from Malaysians, and you know how it works. When you get that good talk, you really need to perform.
Yeah, absolutely right. And obviously the region has been underestimated, and you can't really blame people for underestimating the region. They haven't been performing all that too much. They got overtaken by Vietnam of all regions, and Vietnam never used to show up in games of Free Fire, right? So this is definitely an embarrassing moment in history for the Malaysian teams here in the world of Free Fire. But it doesn't matter, because it's not the end of the road just yet. They still can hustle, they still can earn a spot in the finals. All they need to do is make sure they are in the top 6 by the end of tomorrow. And we are getting way too close to the end of tomorrow, Neptune. These 18 games are disappearing so quickly.
I mean, it's going fast. I lost track of time already, and if it wasn't for the match numbers that we're looking at, I wouldn't expect that it already ended match number 4. And that's how it is. Like, everyone's enjoying, we're enjoying casting these games as well. And it just is because apart from it being entertaining, everyone is performing quite well. Well, some of the teams who didn't perform yesterday are performing now, which makes it even better.
Yeah, Visaka Sriwijaya though. Consistency is key at the bottom. This is not good. Vamos as well, unfortunately, they are very consistently not performing, and some sort of a big change needs to be brought in here, or else it's obviously going to be too late. Now we're going to hop on into the interview. Yoon Sul time once again. We'll be back with you guys in a bit.
A booyah strike for the Vietnamese team, and congratulations to Heavy. We got the first booyah in this week for Heavy. Congratulations, Kabi. And hello everybody, I'm Yoon Sul and welcome to my interview sections. So let's start our interview, shall we? So Kabi, first of all, Heavy at the first of the beginning, it seems to be like you guys are not having a chance to touch the booyah even once and always come at the second place. But these days, you guys seems to improve a lot, and this time you got the booyah. So what is the motivation so you guys can push through and get that booyah? Xin chào Kabi. Thì câu hỏi đầu tiên là Yusu muốn hỏi bạn là trong cái khoảng thời gian là ban đầu ấy, thì Heavy là mình chưa có booyah và thường xuyên về nhì. Thì không biết là ngày hôm nay mình đã có được booyah rồi thì Kabi đang cảm thấy như thế nào? Có được giải tỏa tâm trạng hay không, hay là đâu là động lực mà để mọi người có được cái chiến thắng ngày hôm nay vậy ạ?
Theo bản thân em thấy thì khi mà em vào á thì tụi em thường nằm trong bo cuối và tụi em thường đánh mất booyah, tại vì đa số là các thành viên vẫn còn non kinh nghiệm nên bọn em kiểu sẽ cố gắng kiểu cải thiện về cái phần vòng bo cuối, chứ còn cái việc đi bo thì quá dễ đối với em.
Vậy là Kabi có vẻ như là rất là tự tin và thông thạo trong cái việc là mình đi bo. So we feel like when it's always come to the end of the circle, we feel that we are very bad at it. He said very straight, we are very bad at going to the end of the circles, and then we are having combat. Yes, and we are not good at it. But overall, we still try to fix small errors to improve by day. But the second of all, if talking about leading the team to go through the circles and to get ready for a combat, Kabi is very confident of that. So maybe that's why they're getting improved more and more, and they are now a better version of themselves, and they're here. So into our second questions. Well, I heard that Kabi has sent an invitation to Văn Thanh, his very best friend, I assume. So is this the motivation for you and Heavy to go to the finals in Hanoi? Mình nghe nói là Kabi đã từng hẹn Văn Thanh là sẽ vào chung kết, sẽ gặp nhau ở chung kết ở Hà Nội. Thì không biết đây có phải là cái động lực thứ hai để cho Kabi và Heavy được tiếp thêm năng lượng để mình có thêm gọi là sức mạnh để mình chiến đấu mạnh mẽ hơn không ạ?
Chắc lý do đấy là động lực lớn nhất của em á.
Động lực lớn nhất luôn. Vậy thì Văn Thanh là cũng có đồng ý để gặp mình ở ngoài Hà Nội rồi mà đúng không ạ?
Dạ.
Cho nên là mong là mọi người vẫn sẽ giữ được lửa như thế này, và ở trong 2 game tiếp theo thì mong là mọi người sẽ được cháy hơn để Văn Thanh ở nhà Văn Thanh coi cũng vui theo nha. So yes, that is my biggest motivation because he's very close to Văn Thanh. So they promised to meet each other in the finals in Hanoi, and yes, I just want him to, be his best self, wish him luck, so they can really meet, because two of them together is really cute. Into our finals questions. Recently, we can see that Heavy is getting improved better day by day. You guys, you guys influence the audience with amazing shots and also having this really realistic booyah in this game. So I want to ask that, does the team currently are heading very good by our coach Artemis? Thì giờ gần đây là chúng ta đang có những màn thi đấu nó đang cải thiện được dần rõ rệt rồi, và tất nhiên là với cái booyah ở ngày hôm nay thì Yusu muốn hỏi rằng là liệu đội hình này đang được dẫn dắt bởi huấn luyện viên Artemis theo đúng hướng không ạ?
Dạ, theo bản thân em thấy thì anh Mít là một người huấn luyện viên khá là trách nhiệm, kiểu cũng đóng góp rất là nhiều trong phần chiến thuật của team Heavy ạ.
Vậy thì Kabi có thấy là đội hình hiện tại là đội hình chuẩn chỉnh nhất theo dưới góc nhìn của Kabi thôi không?
chỉnh nhất thì em thấy là chưa.
Kiểu như là mình còn thiếu sót ở chỗ nào hoặc là thành viên nào mới gọi là phù hợp theo lối của Khavi.
Cái đó thì phải để mùa sau chứ
Sao
không
là
bật
mùa
mí
sau
được.
nha. Sao lại là mùa sau? So for him, he assumed that his coach is a very nice person, is a talented person who always calm, very mature, and lead the team in a very right way. So it's been like his coach is like a dad in a team. But overall, I asked Kabi another question is like, do you feel satisfied with your team currently? He said, maybe no this time, but I want him to give me the answer, but he said that maybe we have to wait until the next season so I can answer you correctly, and I feel so weird about that. But overall, it's a very happy day that Vietnamese team finally got 2 booyah of today. So, hy vọng là mình sẽ thấy được Heavy một lần nữa có được booyah trong 2 trận đấu tiếp theo. Hoặc thậm chí là mình sẽ giữ được lửa như thế này và ngày mai mình sẽ thi đấu ngày càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Chúc mừng Heavy và Heavy nhé. Fighting mọi người. Thank you so much for watching our interview, and now let's head back to the caster and see the game stats.
Thank you very much, Yoon Sul, as well as Kabi. I mean, I love the answer that he's giving, especially when it comes to the coach, Artemis, because at some point, when everything is a disarray, especially with some of the games that Heavy has played in, it's a good thing that they have Artemis in there to be their dad, to be their guidance at this point.
Yeah.
And I guess it is working. It is working to an extent wherein not only they get the booyah, but their trajectory from losing the first game in an awful manner is slowly building up towards this Solara map.
I mean, obviously, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to all dominate this map, especially in the pro circuit, because one of the most crucial thing is finding out where your opponents are going to drop, right? And that takes quite a number of matches, and obviously with the teams kind of rotating here and there, you don't really know if or not those are going to be the permanent drop spots, because we haven't had this map played so many times where we get to guarantee that we can avoid them, unlike what we see in Bermuda where it's done so phenomenally well. But of course, all of that chaos is fun for us, Neptune, and it definitely helped PLS1 find so many of the frags out there. 6 eliminations, 9 knockdowns, 4,077 on the damage with the Skylar and his usual sniper balance here on the passive phase.
Yeah, and most of the time when we drop in Solara, that M24 is showing up in battlefield. It's a good thing that it's refreshing to have another weapon, another sniper that can be used by the team. But once we look into the composition of the team here, right here, apart from that Steffi that we rarely see being used by, especially Vietnam, it's pretty much standard build. So let's see the numbers though on how much they brought in. They have a total of 13 points in here. Not too bad for this team, and then that gives them a total of 25 to really catch up with the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do see Team Heavy making their way up the overall leaderboard, and for today's dominance as well, they should definitely be in the top 6. They have to be very careful though. PLS1 almost doing a double here by stealing all 3 key highlights, but Get Nice will quickly get into position to steal away 1 frame from him. 2 eliminations by the grenade, but as far as the damage and eliminations are concerned, PLS1 takes the attention from everybody else.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Heavy PLS1, he's one of the guys who really pops off in most cases, even in solo. So let's see if Heavy can be doing this once again. Another one like this, and definitely by the end of the day, they will be taking that #1 spot. But Todak, at this point, their performance overall, survivability, the way they rotated towards a circle against both Heavy and Core Memory, it's quite well. But for Core Memory though, they didn't really put us so much in terms of numbers. And let's see though if that can still be their, I would say, the entry ticket. Because if it's a downward spiral for Core Memory, they might be pushed down away from top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the overall standings here, Toda squeezing their way in. It's so phenomenal to see both Toda and Expand just on the very verge of making it into the top 6 and maintaining their spot there as well. But of course, they have to be very careful because look, right behind Expand, these teams are not too far away. Even if you are GOW, you can definitely catch up to both Toda and Expand based on their previous inconsistent plays that they have had in the competition. But of course, in order to run away from the competition, they either need to maintain their consistent break into the top 3 or at least pull away a couple of booyahs now.
Yeah, I mean, they need to break through into top 3, or if not, most cases, the furthest is top 5 with a decent amount of elimination. That's a key factor at this point. But speaking of breaking through, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, go in for the final stretch of this day. We'll be right back.
Total prize pool, $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and we are the final 2 matches for today. And though there is still no technically qualifiers after this day, there's a huge chance that we will see who gets a better chance by the end of tomorrow. But back at the caster says, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the Mustachio AJ.
It is always a pleasure to be here on the desk for Free Fire. I mean, just like what you mentioned earlier, Neptune, you do not see time flying by, right? These matches are super hot, they keep us super engaged, and the day ends before it can even start, except that one Clash Squad day, that day never ended. it went on and on and on and on and on a
Up
little
until
bit too
next
long.
day.
Up until the next day, right? But apart from that, these days all will literally blaze through each and every single one of these matches. And that's exactly how exciting these teams keep it. I mean, the action just never stops unless it's Bermuda. It stops for a while and then pandemonium breaks out. But of course, jokes all aside, we are looking at which team can walk away with that number one spot in terms of dominance today, because we've got the LBS as well, right? The live broadcast segment, which is looking to see exactly who can be that number one team, and all the other regions will be the losers. So, and CRM's doing pretty decently at this point of time, but he was obviously looking to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to get away from doing the challenge. And you know how it is. We've seen it. I don't want to comment. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings right now. But I don't think they're enjoying it that much, especially if they're in the losing end. But right now we have the remaining two maps, which is Kalahari, and we know how it is. Snipers will be reigning that, as well as Purgatory, where a lot of teams has found their groove already, especially when we look at numbers later on. We will see this in the screen as well. It was Vamos who's doing quite well, so this might be their chance to get back on track, unless they're really on a spree of not making it close to the final circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we look at the Vietnam teams once again, because they are the ones who have been pretty confusing with the predictions that we can throw on out here. WAG, one of the best teams for Vietnam, struggling to find the top six. And Team Heavy and Flash are in the top six right now. And we're not even talking about today. We're talking about overall, yesterday and today's performance put together. So yeah, I've been a little confused with what Vietnam's doing out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to see though. But we also heard from the interview earlier that they need a lot of motivation. They might not be that confident to really be consistent, but they're trying their best, especially with the help of coaches, their analysts, everyone on the background, even the fans out there who's watching the game. So they need all those energy for Vietnam, because like, what if you will not be playing into the grand finals? You will just be watching on the sideline when they reach Hanoi, and that is not a good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think they want to miss out the grand finals in their own home soil, because you know that if you do get an opportunity on your home soil, you're probably going to walk out the champion, right?
Yeah.
The crowd will absolutely crush the hopes and dreams of your opponents, because they will just boo them out of the stadium every time they make anything happen out there. And every time you do the smallest of things, people are going to scream for you as if Yunsol herself was playing and getting those booyahs. So I think these boys should definitely aim to go to Hanoi, because they're going to walk away, if not with the championship, with a lot of money in their pocket now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that they are aiming up right now. And it's just, I would say, disappointing. It hurts me a lot that it takes this final stretch, the final moment. They could have done it. Yeah. Some of the teams could have done it. Build that consistency. We're in just grabbing that number one spot by the end of the day will give you that grand finals chance into the 14. But, well, it is what it is right now. But right here, we are dropping in the desert sand of Kalahari.
Kalahari, or like our good old friend Gene would say, a holler is known as on the calamari. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of calamaris. Are you?
I am. It's quite good as a street food here in the Philippines.
Oh, okay. All right. I do like my fried calamari, and I have it mainly with banana leaf here in Malaysia. Oh, you guys gotta. If you've never been to Malaysia, you have to come here just to try out our banana leaf, just to try out some of our food.
Yeah.
But then again, that's what everybody would say about their countries, right? You gotta come here to try our food.
Well, I could attest to that. I've been there, and AJ has brought me there, so it really is good. It really is. I would love to come back, AJ.
So I would love to come to the Philippines and participate in that. You guys have your own version of the banana leaf where people fight over food, right?
Yeah,
What's it called again?
Boodle fight.
Boodle, yes, Boodle fight. Yeah, well, Cram told me about it, and I googled it. And I was like, what?
Well,
I'm definitely not going to be full after that fight.
Well, you know the story of bullfight. It is coming from military, wherein everyone from the military, from the camp, is just eating in the same place. And because it's like, you know how it is, you go guerrilla, you just have the banana leaf, and then just food is put in onto that, and everyone's just sharing. So that's why it's called.
There's a Budo fight going on between Flash and Team EVOS at this point of time. And clearly, EVOS is not eating anything. It's just Flash eating them up.
Let's see though, but in this instance, we also have WAG a denial on that elimination by Tikui against Gardu. But second time around, let's see who makes it work. And there you have it. Doesn't have to go for the third. That is the second makes the charge.
Yeah. Second makes your wife?
No, she's definitely the first. She's definitely the first. She might be watching, so.
Then that means Charm's always number one. No, sorry. Let me correct that before you get a slap. Charm's always the only one.
Exactly. There's no number 2, no number 3, the only one.
Oh, dude, EVOS is on a revival spree back to back, but AimGod will be able to slow down the pace of Flashes a little bit here. We have not sneaked a peek here at the engagement between Flash and EVOS. I wonder how they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough right now. EVOS Divine really wants to get that number 1 spot for today, take it away against CRM, but it's not looking like they're very consistent at this point. Not really performing quite well, but for Cyru losing out, Mac 10 doesn't even pull out a bullet because of that Trogon. Let's see though, Onyx Olympus on the other side in confinement, no one to battle against, but the entire team has felt damage from another, thus a full revival.
And full revival coming on through will just kind of put them on the back foot a little bit. Thankfully, it's just circle number 1, so the map is still wide enough for them kind of avoid these engagements as they drop back onto the map. GOW though, Dian, hook gun with the reposition. Todak on for the chase. The shots onto Dian, not finding the connection just yet, but look at this Videls. 82 HP, has got the electrotherapy working on him. Now up on the roof, position given away already. The Koda popped on the side of GOW. Dian with the Bison running away, now has to play this recovery with the medkit, but cannot find a breather at all. Turns around, will play the medkit finally, but Noki with the Bison still cannot catch Dian, but managed to get away to safety.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to find DN right now, but he is getting sneaky, and I'm not quite sure how far or how long they're going to stretch this race, because it won't give them anything good. Probably 1 point in terms of elimination, but they already have a few. But on the other side, it is Kabi who's going down, but we also see Heavy putting heavy damage against Decause, and Expand will need to get more coins for those revival.
How are they gonna work their way through this one? 700 coins, only enough to buy back one of their buddies. Heavy, on the other hand, in a similar situation. 2 players taken out already, all thanks to PE Sports. Or I should say, no thanks to PE Sports.
Well, I don't think they will be thanking PE Sports at this point, because they, with a heavy heart, they're losing out their players. But, well, they are coming back right now, hopefully far away, and Get Nice is having the same idea. But for PLS1, he had no choice. He had no choice but to stay the moment he steps out of this tower. And we know how it is. It's tough. But I remember the tower right now. I love the change of meta, the gameplay of the team. Back then, the tower is a no-go. Every time you step in there, you will be naded. You will be shot at. You will be pushed and shoved. And at the moment, you'll be out. But now, you can stay in there for the longest time, spot out the enemy, and it can be used as an advantage.
Kabi, Bison versus Bison, and Kabi facing heavy losses once again. Team Heavy, as they try to get out of this one. 6 eliminations, but they will be forced to play a little bit of a reset here. Vamos up against Vasaka Sriwijaya, and Vasaka, both these teams have been doing very, very badly today. And it's best for them if they do not get into a battle with each other.
Yeah, I mean, they are already at a loss. You're already at the bottom of the leaderboard, and you're taking each other out. So it's tough, though, because probably their drop spot or their path, their rotation is just meeting towards each other, and that's where homework really works. If you want to take advantage of their position leaderboard, yeah, you want to meet up Vamos against Vesak Sriwijaya, but if both of the teams are losing because of that, then you need to get away. You need to wait for the perfect timing. 11th mark, 12, 13. That's one of the top dogs is doing at this point to manage the placement, and along the way with your snipers, that's where you get those eliminations. So hopefully they can adapt that to their gameplay, because it seems like they're not doing so much in getting information from the other teams. It's just them playing to not their strengths.
4 eliminations thus far by WAG, looking for the recovery play here this time around, but they have already been forced on the back foot. Allen once again almost taken down, but the recovery is going to be quick and easy. Up top, he finds it too stressful to deal with CRM, drops down to the bottom, but look at this. Cougar making the approach now on the sub. Team CRM, they do have a vantage point here to play against Tikui, who comes flying in, but the glue wall will save him for the time being. The grenade blocked out by the glue wall. Response on the glue wall as well. And Tikui with the grenade launcher should be able to wreak havoc here on the team of CRM shortly.
Nice distraction being done by Tikui to give an opening, but Sensi will be sensed on the top. Spider Sense will not be working for him, and he might be going down, and he's going down hard. Not quite sure, though, if he had a hook gun that can save his drop, but for WAG, this is a good position, good rotation that they're taking right now. Overwatch or 2-on Overwatch to make sure that they can spot out CRM, and that's what they're doing right now. Al with the AC-80 for a knockdown, Cybers for the follow-up on jump, and that leaves a CRM with 1 to fly away.
And WAG should be able to catch out at least a couple of their players. Don too low on that HP, and Zenzi is overstaying his welcome, giving away his loot to Allen.
WAG, it's a good thing that they're performing well this time, because earlier they are not doing quite well. Probably it's because of the booyah that has been taken by a team from their region, and that's how it is. Either it gives you motivation or you want it for yourself. And if that is the case, you're still giving a chance to others before you take it for yourself. In this part of the game, especially in tournaments, yes, competition is good. Selfishness is good. And for Tikoi, he's taking Cougar all to himself, not even giving a chance for the rest of the teams to fire back at him.
I mean, Cougar just playing sneaky, still waiting for his opportunity to use the vending machine. And Tikui is finding a big denial here. Now in the vehicle, Cougar will be able to drive away to safety.
Yeah, I mean, drive away, far away at this point. But for Onyx Olympus, they will not be far away from the rest of the teams. Make that 5 teams within this area. And hit lists or contracts already made, exposing their position. And I'm just surprised, or probably it has been popped up already, that the binoculars can reveal how many is in this area. And whoever is bold enough to rush in might be taking advantage of all those eliminations. But I love the positioning of the teams. So many real estate that they can work with, and they can even relocate. So Onyx Olympus doing a good job to distance themselves from 3 teams and can focus on Team Flash right now.
And this is getting too crowded. 10 minutes in, everybody's still alive. 12 teams, 48 players. Not a single one left unrevived, but Joel trying to make that 47. Adam crashed down to the ground. The pickup is instantaneous as they make their way into a defensive position here. It looks like it's going to be utter chaos in a bit for Schwerner.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Vamos will try to start it off against PE Sports. And then behind them, we have Todak who might be pushing, but Heavy's also moving in towards that same area. GOW just flew in beside Onyx Olympus, or between Onyx Olympus and Visaka Srivijaya, and nobody's moving an inch. Well, except for Vamos, who managed to get away from sights of PE Sports. But as you mentioned, everyone is still alive and kicking, and it's looking like Bermuda all over again, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am not liking the sound of that. Every compound housing one team, and this circle is just way too small. I wonder if or not you can see the elimination of... Oh, look at this, man. EVOS very safe away from all the action. And if I've got my calculations right and my assumption is on point, the circle is going to move towards the EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere within that area. But if not, they have a good advantage to go for backstab. They have the long-range capability, especially with Coachil and Rasia, and keeping themselves distance. And when everyone is pushed outside the compound, that's what they're waiting for. But for Xbor, a hit against Bidels, no idea where it's coming from. It's a good thing that their teammates managed to pull up a blue wall to block the window.
Smart play indeed. Another circle, dragging everybody in a little bit closer. This is like a Christmas party, but it's not even December yet.
It's not even July. We're in Christmas in July.
Yeah, and the glue walls erected instantaneously to block out the grenade damage from the side of Heavy. Todak tossed a grenade towards WAG as well. That could not do much against them. Heavy. One play down on the ground. Alan, WAG going in for the finisher, but Todak trying to shut them down from afar. And the prevention with those glue walls is just played so well by WAG.
Oh, here comes WAG running in across Heavy, and the two down low ready, but one Allen needs to be recovered. Here comes Decoy, but all those blue walls is stopping them from rushing in. No nades being thrown, and everything is just being thrown at them. Just make sure that they will be able to survive. And Heavy did survive. WAG lost Allen at this game, and they're backing away, or not really backing away. They're moving in a different location, but that is quite risky because a lot of teams has been in this very small circle.
Risky indeed, and WAG probably have lost the opportunity to pick up the booyah here, losing too many players before getting to the final bit of battle. Heavy, on the other hand, will be finished off here by Todak, who hop on in as they were watching the engagement between WAG and Team Heavy moments ago. But revenge time for WAG. Visaka Srivijaya chipping in the damage as well as Todak. Losing players back to back to back. And the circle now just going to be playing that heavy pressure on them. Blue wall blocking the retreat of WAG, but they could get that loot instantaneously before backing away. And now FGL shot straight to the window. Cyrus backing away. And he's actually going to tank the damage by the FGL.
Yeah, I mean, they have some super meds on them, and it's because of the footsteps being brought in by Expand and Team Flash. There's no way for them to step out just yet. PE Sports even giving them so much of trouble, but it was Joel from the other side who brings him down. Now, recovery, overall, not quite sure on how long they can do this, but Hook Gun can help them move in a little bit closer, and they managed to do so.
Yeah, absolutely well played here. Only two teams eliminated thus far. There's Heavy and Todak that we witnessed moments ago. EVOS down by one player. Expand, same story with them. Almost two taken out. And yes, Afik does get secured by Zyro before they can get away. Crime finds Allen as well. Onyx doing heavy work out there.
It's looking tough. CRM with only one elimination, but the good news is they're a full squad. But for EVOS Divine, though, they are just rocking amok from across. A lot of people, a lot of survivors in our views. Like, it's a good thing that the teams doesn't see this, because otherwise, despite of them having X-ray vision, they will be confused, and I don't think the coda will be very useful at this point.
Oh my God, what is happening here, man? Look at this 32 players. Final circle, Nap. I cannot believe what is happening here. Pure pandemonium. And Flash going up against GOW. A couple of teams interfering. Everybody's going to interfere at this point of time. Everybody's looking for points. And EVOS the ones who are safe, far, far away from everybody else. GOW trying to change that though, as they take position right below them in the compound.
SERM though, very close to the next shift of the circle. There's a good chance they can spot out Visak Sarvijaya. But looking at one, it is Vamos taking advantage of that. And Joe Will has been taken out, but Jump managed to steal it away from them for EVOS Divine. They try to play it safe, but if I'm not mistaken, there's only 2 more remaining. And GOW will try to block them, but no, they got ahead. And Rasya will be taken down. Flash eliminated in this game. We're down to 7, but still, this is the longest that we've seen. Yesterday, it was 5 teams at this moment, but now we have 7.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot tell how insane this is right now. Nero straight down. Onyx and PE eliminated at the same time. We are left now with 5 more teams. And we thought Vamos was going to be able to survive for long here, but CRM finding the players, putting them down onto the ground one after the other, and they eliminate Vamos as well. And now we are left with 4. Dawn straight down to the ground. CRM, 3 more players, try to shoot back, but they have no idea exactly who's aiming for them. It's GOW from afar.
GOW, another chance for Yuzhou and the Vietnamese region to get a booyah. Coach Hill tries to survive, but going against CRM, that is quite tough. Hui has been knocked down, eliminated. It's now a 3v3. Rotation-wise, GOW has a good ideation, and they're going for the isolation, but Cougar has been damaged. Demon as well, and they're being pushed away at this point. Yanbin for that rotation, and a quick turnaround. It is GOW for that booyah.
Wow, super impressive, GOW. What a recovery play here by the Vietnamese team. I mean, a full day of non-performance until this final game. 21 points was where what they had before the start of this match. They were in the 9th spot, and using this, they should be able to climb the leaderboard decently well. I will not be surprised if they are in the top 6 in terms of performance for the day. But CRM, what a good play this time round, managing to grab so much out here. Sorry, it's not the last game, it's just game 5. My apologies. I'm kind of time skipping all over the place. But CRM, bro, getting to that final circle as the top 2 teams, this should definitely guarantee them that top spot by the end of the day. Unless, of course, EVOS pulls off a miraculous round after this.
Yeah, I don't think EVOS did so much in that game. They kept distance, but they don't have any opening to get advantage and total elimination. But for CRM, they had the same ideology. The last time that we saw them before the trip of the circle, they only have 1 elimination. But the moment they step in, they just rushed again the one team. They had the time to study the terrain and who's taking who. How many teams has moved in already, moved out of the compound, and that's where they pounce. I'm loving CRM right now, and that's, I don't know if it's a Thailand thing or it's just them adjusting quite well to everyone in the battlefield.
It's definitely a Thailand thing, and obviously it would have been a super shock if we don't see all the Thailand teams qualify for the finals. And it was a super shock seeing CRM kind of down in the dumps. But I guess it was like after a breakup, you know, you're a very capable person, but you're still going to be down in the dumps. You know, after losing Limit, CRM was like, I don't want to play Free Fire anymore. And then they realized, wait a minute, there's a lot of money on the table. And they're jumping right back into this. In the overall grand scheme of things, today's performance CRM is number 1, but obviously those massive points will be able to help them climb the overall leaderboard as well. They're comfortably in the top 6 now.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. It's really good that a lot of teams are moving up, especially in how they want to get the top 6 at this point. So we'll have to see later on how the overall standings is working, because that was, I thought yesterday's Bermuda is already tough to deal with a lot of teams in there, but we managed to get almost a complete set towards that final circle. And that's what some of the teams took advantage of. I did mention CRM. They don't have enough elimination, and at some point for that instance, when we have the top dogs, they only get 4 because a lot, say 4 teams are fighting against each other. They picking up elimination points from the other team, but there's a huge chance in that moment with 11 teams remaining to grab 10 or more before it closes. So I'm it's a love-hate relationship in that situation. It just so happens that it's so much exciting and confusing at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have got that many teams, that many players in the final circle, it really doesn't matter who you're keeping your eye on, because you need to have eyes on the back as well as on the sides of your head in order to be able to keep yourself safe. Even EVOS could not handle the stress at the very end. They got down, multiple players got eliminated. And those who managed this chaos well, obviously, were very, very lucky towards the end. And it's good to see a Vietnamese team pick up this booyah. And I want to see more from these squads, right? And GOW, although they picked up this booyah, they were very low on the leaderboard earlier from today's performance. So I don't think they're going to be jumping up all that too high, but at least this will be good enough motivation for them to do that. Now, all thanks to them, we get to see Yunsul once again. So without further ado, let's throw over the camera to the Vietnam side.
Today, I think it's the day for the Vietnamese team, all of you, because 3 booyah is in a row for us. And welcome to our interview sessions again. And right next to me is Cao Esports Yanbin. So, Yanbin, I know that today is kind of not a smooth day for us, but what is the motivation to pull you guys back from the hell to the heaven? Xin chào Yanbin. Thì lời đầu tiên là mình đụng cùng tới một cái để mình tinh thần lại. Ok. Xuân muốn hỏi rằng là ở trong ngày thi đấu của chúng ta ngày hôm nay nó không có được suôn sẻ cho lắm ở trong 4 trận đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đến với trận đấu này thì trong diễn biến giao tranh ở đầu game là Cao Esports bị Todak clear khá là sớm. Nhưng mà động lực nào để mà mọi người có thể vực dậy từ địa ngục để lên tới được cái chiến thắng booyah này vậy ạ?
Cũng nhờ hai Quang Huy ra thì hai Quang Huy vô thì bọn mình giao tiếp tốt hơn, ở giảm xu ở điểm hồi sinh nhiều hơn.
Danh Minh cảm thấy rằng là việc thay Quang Huy vào thì nó có sự thay đổi lớn như thế nào, ngoài việc là giao tiếp tốt hơn, có phù hợp hơn ở trong giao tranh hơn hay không, hay là chiến thuật?
Có phù hợp ở những pha giao tranh hơn.
So he feel like placing Quang Huy is a very nice choice for Cao Esports at this game. It's because like they feel they understand each other more, they feel more connected, they can communicate with each other very normally, and the tactic it seems to be like understandable for each member. And overall, I think like this is why they can get this booyah in in this mental game. So into our second questions. Because in this last week it's kind of intense, right? How do you feel about the other Indonesian teams, which they are very dominated, but they seems to be like really understand each other. So what is your thought about this, and can you learn something from them? Thì Danh Binh có thể thấy được là cái tuần thi đấu cuối cùng này, tất nhiên là cạnh tranh giành lấy được 6 tấm vé để vào chung kết thì nó rất là căng thẳng rồi. Nhưng mà Danh Binh có theo dõi nhịp độ trận đấu khi mà chúng ta về nhà thì có thể thấy được rằng là cái đội tuyển Indonesia có vẻ như là đang rất là hiểu nhau, đúng không ạ? Và Danh Binh nghĩ như thế nào về cái ý kiến này? Và Danh Binh nghĩ rằng là mình có thể học được gì từ các đội tuyển lớn như là EVOS hay là Onyx Olympus không ạ?
Do OB mới thì bọn mình cũng chưa tiếp thu nhiều. Thì Indo bọn họ đã đi trước OB cho nên là bọn họ tốt ở giải lần này.
Và Danh Binh nghĩ rằng là mình có thể học được gì từ họ không? Tại vì hiện tại họ cũng đang là bộ đối thủ đứng chỉnh trệ ở trong top 1 và top 2 bảng xếp hạng rồi.
Nếu mà học thì chắc học đi bo thôi.
So currently he feel like for Cao Esports they haven't adapted this meta really quick and in a stable way. But for the Indonesian team, especially EVOS and Onyx Olympus at this moment, he feel like Indonesia is really good at this meta, and this meta is meant to be born for them. So that's why he feel a little bit struggle. But overall, in this kind of like difficult situation, he can learn from the Indonesian team that maybe from the way they move into their circle, or overall it's just only their tactics. So Yanbin, because TJ, our boss Galbach, is kind of upset at home, but I think this Booyah will cheer him up. Do you want to say anything to make him assure that you guys are doing okay? Thì những cái thi đấu gần đây á, thì em biết không, anh Galbach cũng đang hơi buồn một chút xíu. Thì bởi vì là mình đã có được cái Booyah này rồi, thì không biết là Yanbin có muốn gửi lời gì tới cho chủ tịch của đội của mình để có thể là cho nó an tâm một chút xíu được không ạ?
Bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức.
Ngắn gọn quá vậy. Cố gắng hết sức. Okay. We will try our best, very short, but overall I think that it's just the thing that he wants to say, and maybe they will do his best so they won't disappoint anyone, especially their owner of the team and also of the fans. Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Yanbin và Gao Esports, các bạn đã rất xuất sắc ở trong việc giành được Booyah, đặc biệt là khi mà mình đang giao tranh ở trong một cái thế nó rất là khó. Bo có chút xíu rồi nhưng mà có rất là nhiều đội tuyển nên là chắc hẳn các bạn thấy rất là áp lực, cho nên là hãy cố gắng hơn, vững vàng hơn ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng nhé mọi người. And thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to the caster and see the game starts.
Thank you very much, Yoon Sul, as well as Gao Esports. And I love that they admitted they haven't adapted so much, but hopefully that they can take it away from their mind, because I'm pretty sure they will be able to adapt. And it's just a limited time already. We're very close to the end of the day. There's another one for tomorrow, and if they want to get top 6, they need to get away from everything that is distracting them in terms of mindset. Yes, there's a good talk that has been happening. A few people are getting mad, especially if they're not performing, but it's good as motivation. And it's not good if it's pressuring you to do a lot more, wherein you can just enjoy the game as well as perform based on what you practice.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, as far as GOW is concerned, this was not an easy fight at all, and it was a rare situation, right? We haven't really seen GOW rip away too many of these top spots in the recent times, but Dian proving himself out there with the quota. 3 eliminations, 3 knockdowns, not too much to flex on, but at least it was enough to get them towards that final circle and the victory at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Dian with that coda, Kairos, Joseph, and Nairi, and not quite sure how he saw that situation with that coda, because pretty much the moment you trigger it, every player is overlapping each other, so it's tough. It's even confusing to spot out anyone. But for the rest of the teams, it's pretty much a standard build, especially with the Skylar from Demon and the Rusher from Yan Bin, as well as support coming from Wui. It's just unfortunate though, but Wui has been taken out a little bit early in there. It could have been a 4-man stack to go in for the push, but well, they still got that Booyah.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what is required from them. Just keeping their heads low until that final circle and then pulling in the numbers. And that obviously was the better choice for GOW, who most of the time gets taken down early in these games. So this was the strategy that was applied, and clearly it's a very successful one. Not too heavy on the numbers though when it comes to the eliminations, but I will not complain, because this could just be the comeback of GOW that we've been waiting for so long.
Definitely. I mean, if it's not working for you, go back to the basic. Go for survivability. Find your way in the final circle. Though it's tough, especially in that situation where you have 11 teams going against each other. But that more to give props to them, because they have a lot of challenge against them. But for the key players, it is across the board. We have Onyx Olympus with elimination, Prime MKS, Joel with the damage with 4,113, as well as Sensi from Core Memory with 5 assists.
7 eliminations in total, gets them 19 points thanks to the Booyah. But CRM right behind them with a total of 19 to maintain their #1 spot, and that is exactly what we're looking for. Malaysia this time, kind of a flip in terms of performance. Vamos doing much better than Todak, and Expand taken out in the first spot. But I mean, props to them, because it was a crazy lobby, right? Many of them survived long into that final circle, and unfortunately it was just way too chaotic for Todak and Expand. But Vamos surviving long enough to pull off the 11, but I don't know how much that is gonna, well, not much at all. Vamos is still down at the bottom in the 12th spot.
Oh, it's just unfortunate that WAG is at the bottom. We rarely see them at the bottom of that of a day standing. Most of the time, they're the ones bringing in the fire for Vietnam. But right now, I mean, despite of not getting any booyah, Team Flash is in there doing what they do best, going in for engagement and pulling away in the perfect timing, thus playing with placement points. They even got more placement points compared to Todak, but again, there's a limit in placement and more chances in elimination, and that's what Todak is doing right now. And right now as well, they were able to cross over to that top 6.
Oh, this is a tough one for the Malaysian teams because look at WAG just lurking behind with 100 points, 1 booyah in hand so far. And you know, on a good day, WAG can definitely climb these board here. So tomorrow is going to be a very risky day for Todak. This one final game that we have in here for day 2, they should manage, or they should be aiming for the booyah.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though if that is what they can pull off, because I guess everyone is aiming really for a booyah, and WAG can do it one last time just to make sure that they can end the day on that top 6. But from how the other teams are performing, especially with how CRM has brought themselves back up, it's one spot that is being taken away from the others who are, I would say, previously being consistent, but now not doing so much. So I don't know if it's just a day, if it's just Saturday, and it's not the Super Sunday that we often see, but I'm getting excited to how it's going to end up by tomorrow. But well, we still have one more game to go.
Yeah, absolutely, man. One more game to go, and fingers crossed they are all geared up to get the booyah for themselves. But if you want to guarantee the booyah for yourself, maybe you need a better device. You can take a look at the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine as well as improved ray tracing, Neptune, lifelike graphics, smooth gameplay, you name it, this phone's got it.
Yeah, everything in the palm of your hand. We had a testament from Danley yesterday, or that is the one series below is still a good phone. What more if you have the S25? And I know you have your hands on it. I haven't tried it yet because it will, like, I will be tempted. I will be pressured to get one. You know how it is. I play a lot. I play a lot compared to you because you are a busy man. But I play a lot, and I might get one just because of how well you can play on it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the phone is very, very impressive. I'm not gonna lie. But what's more impressive is unique booyahs all the way down. But yesterday, we were seeing back-to-back Indonesia on the flags. This time, Vietnam showing that they can get that done too.
Yeah, I mean, they did mention, or Yunsul did mention that it is their day today, especially with the 3 booyahs on them. And we still have 2 more that hasn't taken a booyah from their team, but unfortunately there's only 1 more spot for today. So let's see who's going to grab it, or probably it's a different region. Probably will be back the teams who's trying to make a comeback for today, Evo Zivine, or the ones maintaining number 1 spot and the day standing. It is core memory. A lot of things might be happening, especially when we're jumping in to the final map, which is a purgatory. So let's see who's going to be brought in to heaven or hell.
What's crazy about this map is the fact that Vamos from Malaysia has 3 booyahs on Purgatory with a total of 200 points collected. GOW is that number 2 team when it comes to the strength here on this map. GOW just walked away from a booyah. Vamos needs those points, so let's go, baby.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see as to where they're dropping, and is it safe for them, or is it safe to say that their drop spot is good enough in the rotation? Because from what I'm seeing, those who are dropping in onto the edge has a good chance of surviving because there's not so much of engagement that will be happening. But for Team Vamos, the spread that they're doing, not quite sure what the ideation is, but if they can survive this, it will be awesome. But it looks like they're out in the open against everyone else that might fall for their demise. So we'll have to find out how that play out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Todak versus Visaka Sriwijaya, I would not be too excited if I was Visaka because Todak is on quite the roll today. Oh, look at this, man. Landing straight on the Kingfisher, and Traps will get the mini Uzi drop first onto Obi. First blood, courtesy of Todak. Visaka Sriwijaya Gen Z. Oh, beautiful spray down with the Thompson. Finds the head of fire. Traps will be able to trade back with a P90. And it is a 1 for 2 so far. No, 1 for 4 as Vasaka Srivijaya bites the dust early.
I love what Todak is doing right now. I mean, they've already done so much. They brought themselves in top 6 for the second day, and they're still doing quite well. So not quite sure where it's coming from. Probably it's their own motivation that's bringing them these numbers, but hopefully it continues on because we're too early. Not even the first 2 minutes of the game with GOW getting a little too close for comfort at this point, especially with how heated Todak is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Demon keeping an eye on Noki and Vidals. But the man has no back. Oh, goes in for the shot. All right. So clearly he communicated with the rest of his team members, asking them, guys, you guys have enough coins for me, right? I'm about to shoot at them. And he's going to force his team members to use those coins.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a communication. Not quite sure though. I mean, he might be safe, but I guess with the weapon that he has, I saw he has an SKS, so he has good advantage on the long range. If he can knock down one or probably eliminate, then at least it's a good trade. But it's tough, and another one will be dropping in a little too close against Todak. So, what are you doing? Is it like, are you intentionally giving away points to other teams because you grabbed that booyah?
Well, let's see, man. Let's see, right? And I mean, Toda obviously on fire, literally.
Yeah.
But desperate for those points. And they were literally tethering on the edge. We did talk about how WAG is just 6 points behind them on that 7th spot. And Toda looking to secure the top 6 by the end of today and to give themselves a decent start for tomorrow, the final day of this phase 2. It would be nice to see a Malaysian team squeeze their way into the finals. And I swear, out of the 3 teams, I did not think it would be Toda.
Yeah, I mean, imagine they were 18 in the phase 1. It took them just like this week. This is where they start their phase 2. And they were just watching, and I guess the watching came into studying as well because they're doing so well. But speaking of doing so well, Evo's Divine, oh Ray, perfect timing, 18 HP, and managed pull of a glue wall, and backup is on the way, going for a hit against Team Vamos.
Uh-oh, it was you. Will be able to find Axel from afar. And look at this, man. Inhaler used by AimGod halfway through that shot up against Raja. And they just overwhelmed the rest of the members on the side of Vamos. Easy 3 points for Evo here.
Yeah, one managed to get away, but location has been spotted and being chased. They want to go for the confirmation, but he managed to hide away. No more chances, but still, nature has helped him. And Evo's Divine is at a loss. Not quite sure. No, finally Gochiel sees the shot, and everyone else is making it Ray for the finisher, and Vamos on 11th.
Oof, Vamos, unfortunate. They are 12th in today's day's performance. They are 12th on the overall Phase 2 performance for the final week here. And I think it's looking pretty much impossible for Vamos to qualify for the finals at this point of time. And this is why you gotta listen to your mother.
I mean, it's tough though. You need to catch up to the 100 points or 1+ point. What? CRM! Well, it's a good thing it didn't get off because it might spell trouble for him. But that dot knockdown, because or it's not technically a knockdown, but that push, but jump. Well, you don't name him jump if he cannot make that jump at all.
Hey man, I mean, he made a decent. No, Lao Ho.
When he fell,
you can jump, but you can't hide.
I mean, hopefully jump was just jumping because he can avoid getting shot. The moment he lands, that's when he gets shot. It's a good thing though. CRM is not out of the woods just yet, or is not out of the game just yet, and they have a good chance to come back.
I mean, this is crazy. CRM, yes, you are correct. They're not out of the race just yet, but heavy losses early game here. And it is unfortunate. The good news is they are 15 points ahead of EVOS. And as long as they can make sure that EVOS is taken, I mean, obviously they can't make sure of that personally. As long as EVOS is taken out early as well, then CRM will stand a good chance. But like you said, they're not out just yet. Zenzi bringing the boys back in here.
Yeah, as you can see, Evo's Divine right now. It's moving up while Blue will be closing in. And let's see, though, if this is something that they can work on at the moment, because once they step in onto the blue, Onyx Olympus per se, Onyx Olympus step in the blue, Evo's Divine will be gatekeeping them. But before we focus that, we have a Todak who's making good way or good headway right now. Here comes the push, and there goes Loki for the takedown against Cougar. CRM falling one at a time.
And again, they are on the back foot here. They just need to get to the final circle, even without those heavy eliminations. But Death, Team Flash, bring in the pain to WAG, the team that has just been abysmal in terms of performance today. After performing so decently yesterday, they were in the top 6, and now they've lost even that standing.
Yeah, I mean, WAG is very close, as we talked about, against Todak, but Todak has been performing 6 elimination already. GOW, hopefully GOW have or will take the momentum that they have from the Booyah. Glue Wall Melter, who might clear up the cover for traps, but just in time managed to get away. The flank is on, trying to go for isolation, and let's see if Wui can be taken down as Noki breaks down the wall.
Uh-oh, Noki, oh my lord. Wui missing a great opportunity there. Noki had a little bit of lag on that M590 right after shooting at the glue wall. And Wui missing that opportunity to take the shot at his head. Vice is going to find Yanbin as well as Demon caught by traps. Team Todak from Malaysia almost wiping the floor clean with GOW.
Almost. Only a few more, but Yanbin managed to bring back another. And Todak on their 9th elimination already. And we're just in the second phase, going in the third phase circle. They're the first right now in this game. And with Vamos being taken down, we were expecting that they're once performing. Todak is following it up real good. Now, Deco's cord in hand, and you know how deadly it is, but the damage is good, fire rate not so. So let's see if they'll be able to pull it off right now as they back away. But Expand also going in for the flank, who might be able to take advantage of their position against PE Sports.
Well, PE scanned out by the Dinoculus, but Expand stuck between a Heavy and a PE Sports. And GOW on the way as well. All 3 Vietnamese squads might be able to work together to take Expand out of the equation. But if Expand's prayers are answered right here, right now, GOW can keep PE Sports a little bit distracted as Expand engages with Heavy, who are the closest squad to them. And AimGod finding WAG's play once again. WAG on the back foot. Ray potentially going to chase Tikui down alongside Coach Eel.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening with the WAG right now, because out of most from the Vietnamese team, they're the ones not doing well today. And Tikui will be taken out by AimGod. 10-minute mark already, 10 teams remaining at this point, 35 survivors, and still a long way to go, especially for Evo's Divine, who has been tanking blue at this point. And it would hurt, especially once we count down to the 20 seconds that we're looking at before it closes to the 4th phase.
And 14 more seconds to determine exactly what the rotation is going to be here, or do we continue to camp out here at Quarry on the side of Expand? And oh my, it looks like they're going to continue camping out here with Expand.
Oh, Expand getting too close, Heavy. And let's see if they can take advantage of the position, going in for the rush. Riptide Rhythm to clear out the other side, and then backs away. Not quite sure why they are risking it at this point, but no, it's just a reset. They re-engage, and Heavy will be rushed in. Riptide Rhythm, but a takedown in there with the M590 plus a throw rod.
Oh, but look at this. Team Flash getting involved in this fight as well. Expand needs to quickly clean up house and then run away from here as they absolutely dismantle Heavy. Arthur gets sprayed down onto the ground. ABCD from afar, and the shots towards the glue wall, trying to break down the defenses of Expand. But the recovery is so smooth. Expand gets the quick hit and run onto Heavy and also survives the pot shots from Flash, who tried to third-party them.
I was quite nervous on how they're doing it. They tried for the push, backs away, and they were out in the open. They didn't back away entirely into the compound. Probably it's because of Riptide Rhythm that they cleared out their glue walls, and then they re-engage. That is a good retreat, re-engage tactic coming from Expand right now. For Todak, who's doing quite well, their challenge would be core memory, and we know how core memory is doing for today. They won't be backing out that quickly, but they're just making their way, but not too much of a cover after this.
Clearly, even the teams from Malaysia need a little bit of confidence, and the moment the confidence comes out here, you can see the performance is so different, Neptune. Where was this version of Todak hiding all this while? I mean, very clean on the execution, very clean on the rotations as well. Look at the glue walls being played perfectly, and now they avoid those Riptide Rhythms, but Noki's gonna get caught out here as he delays his retreat a little bit too long. And the rest of the Todak players now finally turning around to meet CRM, but that is too late. The team that was on the heavy recovery at the start just managed to wipe out the best playing team from those eliminations. Todak is out.
Yeah, Todak is out, and Evo's trying to make one team out as well. A, B, C, D, and Team Flash will be out, and they will get their 12th elimination. 5 teams remaining in the 4th phase of the circle. Another team being challenged by CRM. Yanbin, run, Yanbin, run! That's what you have to do, but out in the open, it is Cougar who managed to go for the finisher. 4 teams remaining, and this is how it is done.
Wow. Dude, one flag, each nation. This is the way the final circle is gonna be here for game number 6, the final game of the day. It's not the final day of phase 2 just yet though. Tomorrow is yet another beautiful day. Expand, looking for the jugular. Will meet Evos halfway through. Kotil fighting Afik, but that's the only player down on the ground. Expand actually doing a number here on Evos! And walks with the M590. Believe it or not, Expand just tap out the players from Evos.
And Evo's Divine is the leading team of this current phase 2 part, and it is looking good for a Malaysian team. I guess all hopes are still on them, and hopefully they can recover, because the blue will be closing in on 20 seconds, and Luke, who's very close on the next phase. It is PE Sports who is primed and prepped at this moment.
Neptune, that's crazy, man, because Expand literally just helped CRM maintain that number 1 spot. Expand just helped Thailand win the LBS today. Who's going to be the number 1 team? 100% CRM.
Oh yeah, I mean, they performed quite well in most instances for today. Now let's see if PE Sports can bring another booyah to their side. Position-wise, they have that advantage, but Expand is getting very close. Ball's a little bit risky. In front, he flips, and I guess he wants to take a compound that's very near, but PE Sports is just their neighbor.
Cougar with a double headshot back to back. What in the world? But the pickups are instantaneous here. As Expand quickly backs away, Riptide Rhythm going to be breaking down their defenses. Glue Wall Melters alongside that as well. But now Expand face to face with PE Sports. This does not look great, but I'll with the open frag. Don't cry down on the ground. Lao with it. M82B with the shot onto Afik. Don't cry, bleeding out. But this is going to be pulled onto a pause for just a quick moment as CRM once again shows up behind Expand.
I mean, CRM doesn't want to be left behind, doesn't want to be out of the party, but PE Sports is heading straight to them. And this is an advantage that Expand can take at this point. Though they lost 2 players already, they're still in a safe spot, but ring around the rosy, they go, and the CRM has nowhere to turn to. All they have to do is face against PE Sports, and the shift will bring them closer.
No, this is crazy because the circle literally helping expand by forcing both CRM and PE Sports towards the right-hand side of the map here because they obviously want to move into that safer zone as the first team. But CRM keeping an eye on expand. Dawn looking at PE Sports, focusing on two teams at the same time, and Jump will be able to find the final two players of expand, denying the booyah for Malaysia. And now Core Memory looking for that very precious second booyah of the day to not just finish in the number one spot, but to finish strong.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are looking for a second booyah for the day, but Core Memory really wants to bring it because they want to catch up in tomorrow's battle. But here comes the split. They have Dawn on one side, Jump on the other, Cougar in the backup, and Sensi on the snipe. And there goes the takedown by Sensi, and the finisher being done. Only two remaining, and LBD goes down. And let's see as to where this goes. Who gets the final hit? It is Jump, and Core Memory gets that booyah.
Cougar is back, baby! And he is just phenomenal on the M590. And this is the day for Thailand. Misa is going to be very, very happy that even though her region had the lowest chances of booyah, her region had the lowest chances of picking up points because Thailand only has one team in here among the 12. And still, it is Thailand that wins the LBS.
Yeah, I mean, not just the LBS, but a good chance to really maintain their spot on the top 6, wherein we were very worried that CRM will not make the cut. It's really tough for them because from the first part of the knockout stage, even before this, we haven't seen them move. And now they moved up high.
Yeah, man, I mean, this is a shocking day for sure. We saw many of the underdogs rise up to the occasion. Malaysia waking up, Todak waking up, Expand waking up, Vamos going to sleep, but we'll ignore that for the time being. And CRM finally showing us a little bit of what they're capable of out there.
Yeah, imagine with everything that they've done so far. From yesterday, it's Onyx and it's Evos and then Onyx. Now CRM was way far behind, and now they're trying. I guess they're very, very close against these two teams, or probably not Evos because they were performing quite well, and Onyx is the ones on the back foot. But if CRM can continue this on for tomorrow, it's like all 5 Thailand teams in the grand finals, AJ.
I was looking for all 5 Vietnamese teams to, get into the finals, break records, set records, all that stuff. But as usual, it's Thailand. No surprises there whatsoever. But of course, the intention would obviously be to look at the Malaysian region to see how many of their teams do we get to squeeze into the top 6, because Todak and Expand have made a massive climb towards the top 6, and one of them is actually currently in the top 6. So this is very, very impressive. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it hasn't been for some instances that they meet up against each other, they could have done so much more already. Probably caught up against who's above them, Heavy, Team Flash, or whoever. Well, definitely not Core Memory, but it's quite tough if that happens because at some point one would be left out, and it's just a back and forth for some teams. Yeah. But definitely what Todak did, especially in this moment, though they were taken out a little bit early, but the elimination, how they took out Evo's Divine, that was phenomenal at that point, and hopefully they can carry it over in the other games all throughout if and when they get to grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely right, and that's exactly what we expect out of these boys. But overall, even though EVOS was not the best performing team of the day, they still performed very, very well in terms of consistency. Yesterday, they ended up in the number 1 spot. Today, for sure, they are in that second spot. Nobody else is close enough to EVOS based on what we checked earlier on. And them getting to the final circle didn't obviously help, teams like Todak and Expand catch up. But surprisingly, Team Flash, of all Vietnamese squads, making the climb up the leaderboard for the day. That one was another unseen, moment. I did not expect Team Flash to really step it up, but hopefully they get to maintain this tomorrow. Now, we're going to be throwing you guys over to Misa so that they can celebrate and interview not just the winners, but the winners of the LBS as well.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the interview session. And right now I'm here with and follow.
ก็ CIM จำครับ
Okay, let me start with the first one. What did you change to have such an impressive performance today? เราไปทำอะไรมาเปลี่ยนแปลงอะไรมาถึงเพอร์ฟอร์มดีมากวันนี้
ก็ไม่ต้องคิดแล้วครับยิงอย่างเดียวพลาดก็เล่นใหม่
He didn't think about anything at all. Just keep on shooting, and if you had a mistake, just keep on going. แล้วเราล่ะชิวๆเลยมีอะไรเพิ่มเติมไหมไม่มีครับไม่หิวข้าวแล้วเหรอตอนนี้ไม่หิวแล้วตอนนี้โอเคอยากกลับบ้านไปนอนโอเคอยากกลับบ้านไปนอน So he was chilling and playing and there's nothing more right now. He wants to go back home and have some rest, guys. That's all. So how about in the previous game, what happened in the 4th and the 5th match? เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับเกม4เกม5ที่เกือบได้และอีกนิดเดียว
จะไปยิงหลังเขาแต่โดนเขายิงครับแล้วสภาพ
เราจะดอยหลังเขาแต่เขาสวนมาแล้วปุ้มจบ
ของไม่มีด้วย
ของขาด Okay, he was about to shoot someone else but then that team shot back and he got less supply than he expected. So, ชิดเราล่ะเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับเกมที่4เกมที่5ครับ
พลาดต้นเกมครับก็กลับมาได้ครับ
แต่ว่ายังไม่ได้บูย่านะ
ยังครับ
อีกนิดเดียวเองนะ
เกมสุดท้ายครับ
เกมสุดท้ายก็โอเคแล้ว So he made a little bit mistakes on those matches but that's okay because he got this booyah right now. Last question. Many fans would want to know what were you doing in the previous weeks? พี่เชื่อว่าแฟนๆหลายๆคนต้องอยากรู้ว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับวีคที่ผ่านมาไหนบอกให้ชื่นใจเกิดอะไรขึ้น
ก็ร้องแผนรับผู้เล่นเพิ่งมาใหม่ด้วยก็ลองหลายๆครั้ง
เป็นช่วง it was the trial phase ช่วงลองผิดลองถูกเนาะโอเคมาเกิดอะไรขึ้นครับ
ปรับเปลี่ยนครับผม
ในช่วงเปลี่ยน
เล่นใหม่แล้วก็เข้ามาก็ลองผิดลองถูกลองเรื่อย
แล้วสุดท้ายก็คือ
เหมือนวันนี้ครับผม
สุดท้ายก็ได้บูย่า
ต้องมาแล้วเล่นไป50ละถึงได้
ไม่เป็นไรเรายังมีพรุ่งนี้อีกวันหนึ่งแต้มค่อนข้างเยอะนะตอนนี้เชื่อว่ายังไงพรุ่งนี้ก็ได้แน่นอนยังไงก็เข้า6ใช่ไหมเจอกันเวียดนามแน่นอน Okay, so it was their trial phase. They were trying what's going on with their team and with new members coming in. So that's why. Hey, thank you for this interview session. Now let's get back to the casters. Bye.
Thank you very much, Misa, as well as Core Memory. And there you have it. I mean, a booyah as well as good answers coming from Core Memory. They are just testing out on how it worked. And I guess this moment, since it's part of the format overall, they know that they can work the top 6. And it's just that they just want to try something out. I don't know what it is, if it did work, because it seems like whatever they're doing right now is how they were before. So that question, if anything changes with all those trial and errors, but just maintain it, okay? Just maintain what you've been doing. Don't try anything. Don't try anything new. Well, unless getting a lot of booyahs.
And I think the same can be said for the Malaysian teams as well, except Vamos. Todak as well as Expand. Impressive run today. Vamos had one decent game, but 1 out of 6 is not good at all if you want to be climbing up the leaderboard. And once again, Todak and Vamos have positioned themselves very, very well towards that top 6. Very happy to see that. Very, very impressed to see that as well. And with CRM making this huge comeback, Neptune, I don't think anybody saw that, right? I think they had all of us fooled. They thought that, attack all around with name change. Delena pointed out something very well as well. Poon and Jump, they used to be Poon God and Jump God. They have taken the word God out of their names. That could be because they were humble, or it could be because of the name change, they are not gods of Free Fire anymore.
I mean, probably. I mean, I'm still the pun guy that I haven't pulled out any pun just yet. So, but anyways,
I'm the fun god. I bring the fun all the time.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, for core memory, it's not how you start the game, it's how you end it. But for core memory, they started a booyah and then they ended it with a booyah, and they're still on #1 for the day. So, what you say about that? Core memory is back.
Yeah, absolutely. And core memory, trying to make a core memory here for everybody else to tell them that, look, guys, we only need to perform one day to snatch away a spot in the top 6 from you guys. Aren't you ashamed? And I hope they challenge the other teams. I hope we see some fighting words when we bring in the LBS segment later on before the end of this broadcast. Because I want them to motivate everybody else, and I want them to paint a big target on their backs. If they are nice on that interview segment, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, and I know it might be hard. It might look hard, especially when you're trash talking your opponents, but it is true. I mean, it is a challenge, especially if you're the ones winning today, and back then we are the ones receiving all those taunts, all those challenges. So if core memory can bring that on, well, we saw them from the interview with me, so they're a little bit shy, but hopefully they can get that confidence and challenge the other teams, so that it won't be easy for core memory.
Yeah, anybody would be shy in front of Misa. I think even you would be shy in front of Misa. Even I would be shy in front of Misa. Everybody will be shy in front of Misa. But you know, the bigger question is, are we going to continuously see the improvement from these Malaysian squads? Because I tell you, it'll be phenomenal to see Malaysia in the grand finals. What's going to happen to them once they go to the finals is a big question mark, but I would like to see them there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at least no one left behind. No one left behind on the grand final. No region left behind. Because pretty much, in terms of probability, we talk about this. We have, due to the number of Vietnamese team who are in here, they have a good chance that one of them, if not two, will be taking that spot. We have Evo's Divine as well as Olympus, who were performing quite well. So Indonesia already have that spot, and core memory wake up from a deep slumber at this point. So now they're not a memory anymore. They are making history at this point.
Absolutely, I love that. Right, not making memories, making history. That's exactly what Thailand has always been about. We honestly thought that the region has dropped this one team, but it was surprising, right? Because overall, it's a very, very competitive region. Thailand, you know, is the home of super pros in the world of Free Fire. And, you know, we were all very, very surprised. But of course, at the end of the day, they have made this a recovery. And that's exactly what's important.
And right now, I'm here with CRM, the winner of today's challenge. Yay!
Yay!
A little bit of energy lost today, but it's okay. And please give us your name.
CRM คูก้าครับ
เกมเซนวันครับ
CRM ปูนครับ
CRM จำครับ
CRM สุดหล่อครับ
เฮ้ย
CRM ดนครับ
มีความมั่นใจ what a confidence. He just called himself handsome. Hey.
Finally,
First
we know
one,
who
let
won
me
this.
ask you guys, how are you feeling right now, since you can only be the one team from Thailand that got to win this challenge? There's no other chance, no more friends to help you out. รู้สึกไงบ้างกับการที่ชนะชาเลนจ์วันนี้ เพราะว่าเรามีแค่ทีมเดียวเท่านั้นจากประเทศไทย ไม่มีคนคอยซับคอยหนุนหลังเราใดๆทั้งสิ้นมีแค่เราเลยรู้สึกไง
ดีใจครับ ไม่อยากเต้น
โอเค
ไม่อยากร้องเพลง
โอเค ไม่อยากร้องเพลงอีกต่อไป He doesn't want to sing anymore and he's so happy right now คนอื่นล่ะว่าไงบ้างรู้สึกบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ อยากให้พรุ่งนี้มีชาเลนจ์ไปถึงประเทศมาเลียอยากเจอทีม วามอสครับ อยากเจอวามอสอยากชาเลนจ์กับวามอสครับ
Okay, he would like to have a challenge in which he will be battling with Vamos tomorrow. Yay! คนอื่นล่ะตอบเลย
ก็รู้สึกภูมิใจครับทีมเล่นได้ดีครับแล้วก็เหมือนล้างแค้นเมื่อวานนะครับที่เพิ่งโดนไป
It's a comeback from yesterday, so he's feeling proud of his team and their performances are so good today. แต่ไปยื่นไมค์ให้ด้วยนะประเด็นนะ
ตึกดีครับผม
อย่าเพิ่งช็อตฟิวเพื่อนอ่ะถ่ายให้เพื่อนหน่อย
ตึกครับนะได้อยากมีพรุ่งนี้ก็อยากมีครับผม
อยากมีอะไรอยากมีชาเลนจ์
มีชาเลนจ์นี่ครับ
แล้วต้องได้บุญญาติสิ
ได้ไม่ได้ครับ
ต้องชนะชาเลนจ์ด้วยจะได้ไม่โดนลงโทษอีก Okay, he's so happy right now and he wishes to have tomorrow's challenges again and to have Booyah มาคุยเลยสุดท้ายแล้ว
ก็เมื่อคืนนี้เพื่อนผมบอกว่าเพื่อนผมไม่อยากร้องเพลงไม่อยากเต้นใช่ไหมนี่ผมบอกว่าจะเอาที่หนึ่งเหรอตอนแรกผมถามว่าจะเอาที่หนึ่งข้างบนหรือข้างล่างมันตอบข้างล่างแต่ผมบอกว่าจะเอาที่หนึ่งข้างบนจะเอาให้เลยวันเนี้ย
Okay. So yesterday they were talking about today's challenge, like which one would you like to have, the top one, like top at the top, first one, or top at the bottom? And his friend said the bottom one, but he was like, nah, we're not gonna get the bottom one, we're gonna get the top one, we're gonna go first. And right now here we are, he got the first. Okay, now last question. Let us see how our Malaysian friends will do today since they lost. Now let's go to Malaysian teams.
Okay. Thank you so much from Thailand. So once again, congratulations to CRM. We're already winning the LBS Challenge today. So tahniah kepada pasukan Thailand yang telah berjaya untuk menang challenge daily today. So with me now is three representative from our Malaysian team. Vamos, Todak and
Singing
Expand.
challenge.
We got here Lucky, Excel and Jojo. So we accept our punishment. We accept the challenge. Okay, so these three players will do a punishment now. So let's go start with slow jog. 3, 2, 1.
What?
Is this slow jog or singing? I don't know.
You can start humming.
So it's part of it.
Louder, kuat. More louder. Alright. That's it. Okay, now we go to another region, Indonesia. Take it away.
All right. Thank you, Malaysia. Unfortunately, guys, we failed to win today's LBS challenge, but that's okay. I'm here with one member from each team that are playing today. We have Gun, we have Rasha, and of course we have Wings from Onyx Esports, which is kind of ironic because he wasn't even playing today. Why were you the one who has to do the punishment? Wings kan hari ini nggak main. Kenapa kamu yang terima hukumannya? Pertanyaan aku hari ini.
Gak apa-apa, yang lain masih pada capek.
Oh gitu. Also, he's taking one for the team. Congratulations, we have a gentleman tonight. But anyway, before we have to do the punishment, of course, we're gonna have a bit of a talk today. I think my next question would be for Rasha. Rasha, menurut kamu apa tadi yang mungkin masih jadi kesulitan EVOS? Karena kalau dilihat kemarin sama hari ini tuh lumayan langit dan bumi ya, total buyah yang berhasil didapetin EVOS dan juga performanya. What do you think was the biggest difficulty for EVOS Divine today? Because comparing the performances today and yesterday was like night and day.
Mungkin untuk hari ini kita lebih nge-troll sih, kayak kita lebih nabrak-nabrak ke tim yang bikin kita sulit. Kayak misalnya Flash tadi yang di windmill.
So they were actually pulling a troll today, trying to do something different, like going against siapa tadi timnya yang ditabrak Flash, going against Flash on the windmill and so on and so on. Maybe this is part of the different strategy that they were trying to do, and I was referring to my previous interview with Ray as well. Oke, kalau Gunde sekarang Vesaka Sriwijaya, Harusnya nih banyak nih di kolom komentar yang pengen ngelihat Vesaka tuh giliran bisa tajamnya galak banget loh, luar biasa banget, agresifnya juga total. Apa yang masih menjadi kesulitan Vesaka untuk bisa mengeluarkan agresivitas itu di setiap pertandingan? Aku translate dulu ya. What do you think is the hardest thing for Vesaka Sriwijaya when it comes to actually doing the matches? Because we know Vesaka Sriwijaya is very capable of being aggressive. We've seen that aggressivity before, but why isn't that so hard for Vesaka Sriwijaya to be consistent?
Mungkin kalau lagi kurang pede. Kalau lagi pede banget.
Okay, so sometimes they're still feeling a bit self-conscious. Could be because this is actually their debut on FFWS, on playing in the Southeast Asia region, but that's okay. There's always time for everything. There's a first time for everything, and let's just hope Vesaka Sriwijaya can learn from this experience. All right, now that we've done the chit-chat, I think it's time for us to actually do the punishment. As you guys know, the punishment today is that they're gonna have to dance while singing the anthem of Free Fire. Kalian harus melakukan dance sambil nyanyi anthem Free Fire. Udah siap ya? Jangan lupa jalan di tempat gitu, terus mic-nya juga deket mulut supaya nyanyian kalian terdengar. Are you guys ready? Alright, on my cue, 3, 2, 1, let's go! Okay, I see you. Mixernya ngebas banget lagi ternyata. Udah selesai? Tepuk tangan dong. A round of applause for our troopers today, our super soldiers, our survivors. Now let's go to Vietnam. I'm very curious, how would they do the punishment tonight? Take it away, Vietnam.
Hello everyone, and it's us here. So since we are not, unluckily, we are not the first team today, so we have to be here and receive our consequence. So before we start our thinking, we should do a little conversation, shall we? Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Yusu và bên cạnh mình đây chính là ba huấn luyện viên của ba đội Gao Esports, Thanh Nhã, Chí Nhân đến từ team Flash và Hoàng Anh đến từ đội tuyển Thi Esports. Và tất nhiên là khá là không may mắn là chúng mình ngày hôm nay không phải là đội tuyển top 1, cho nên là bọn mình sẽ phải ở đây để nhận lấy hình phạt. Nhưng mà trước khi bắt đầu hình phạt thì chúng mình sẽ có một vài tâm tư nho nhỏ cùng với ba huấn luyện viên ở đây. So today I know it's a rough day for all of you, very tiring. As a coach, is there anything you want to say to cheer up your team and just give them a little love for tomorrow? Bởi vì ngày hôm nay thi đấu, mặc dù là mình có đến ba buya ấy chứ, nhưng mà nó vẫn là một ngày khá là khó khăn cho các đội tuyển Việt Nam. Thì với tư cách là huấn luyện viên ở đây, các bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến cho đội tuyển của mình để có thể gọi là động viên cho họ và cũng như là yêu thương họ một chút trước khi chúng ta bước vào trận chiến vô cùng căng thẳng vào ngày mai không ạ? Đầu tiên là Hoàng Anh đi ạ.
Anh thì anh chỉ có vài lời khuyên nhỏ cho các em, hy vọng là các em sẽ xem được cái phỏng vấn này của anh. Chúng ta đã cố gắng cả mùa giải với nhau, chúng ta đã ngủ cùng nhau, ăn cùng nhau, tập luyện cùng nhau và cũng đã cố gắng cùng nhau rất là nhiều để thay đổi. Ngày mai sẽ là ngày mà chúng ta quyết định. Anh mong tụi em sẽ cố gắng phô diễn ra cái kỹ năng của tụi em cho mọi người, bắn cống hiến cho mọi người xem. Anh chúc tụi em sẽ làm được.
Wow, nghe rất là cảm động đến tận con tim luôn. So for PE Sport, Hoàng Anh is a very nice coach and they live together, so they are very close to each other. So overall his word is just like, at home we sleep together, we eat together, we do everything together, even, lots of things. But as we are coming to this place, we have tried our best, so tomorrow will be our last day. So I hope you guys will do your best. Chí Nhân và Thanh Nhã luôn.
Thì đây cũng là ngày cuối của vòng bảng, thì mình tin đội tuyển mình sẽ làm được. Vì ngày cuối là ngày thi đấu của những người bản lĩnh, thì mình tin đội tuyển mình sẽ làm được và có tấm vé vào trận chung kết.
For Chí Nhân, my beloved Flash, cheer up. And for Thanh Nhã, for Gao Esport, because this is his first time being a coach in his team, so he feels a little bit nervous, but overall he really proud of everything that they have been through together in this road. And tomorrow, of course, will be the last day, so he just want to say, please, just chill. Remember why you become a professional player. Remember why you love this game. Remember why you are here. And please play your best. Và đó là màn phỏng vấn rất là cảm động đến từ ba huấn luyện viên của chúng ta ngày hôm nay. Và bây giờ thì Yusu xin phép được nhường sân khấu để bắt đầu xem màn nhảy của ba huấn luyện viên. And I will leave the stage for these three talented dancers here.
Why leave the stage?
Rồi, ok. Mic đâu rồi? Phải hát nha. Chí Nhân hát đi. Nhanh lên nè. Chí Nhân hát đi. 1, 2, 3. Na 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 na. Ok, cảm ơn ba huấn luyện viên rất là nhiều và hy vọng là sự năng động và một chút tích cực này sẽ gửi đến thật là nhiều tình yêu thương đến cho 5 đội tuyển Việt Nam ngày mai thi đấu tốt nhất. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều ạ. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta cùng quay về bàn caster nhé. Thank you so much everyone. Please head back to the casters.
Okay. I'll bring it. I don't know. That didn't feel like a punishment. They didn't dance. I think Neptune and I can do that. Some of them were jogging. Some of them were walking in one spot. The guy there in the middle was rubbing his belly. I don't know. All right. I need better punishments than this. I'm disappointed today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more in terms of punishment. You can Google whatever punishment can be done. But I guess it's something that it's something that the teams could do as well. I mean, if they can do it, it's really tough. Especially with these kids that is not really used to doing such stuff. I don't know, probably, but well, definitely Rasia is very, very familiar with that because of how it is as a content creator. He probably have done so much more.
Yeah, I mean, I think the punishment started off very strong, and on the edge of being, whoa, are we really doing that? And then we tapered it down. I think we chickened out on the punishments. One guy who didn't chicken out on getting these numbers was Cougar. 3 eliminations, 5 knockdowns. Obviously, we won more from CRM, but it doesn't matter because what they did give us was 2 booyahs and the top performance from the day. Starting off the day with a booyah and ending it with the same Tatsuya, Alok, A124, Skylar, the active skills combination that has brought them the victory.
Yeah, not so much of change from the first booyah that they grabbed. They are using this overall to take that #1 spot for today's battle. And in a bit, we're going to see how much more they have individually as a team in terms of elimination damage as well as assist. And so much more. It is looking like it is still Jump who've done so much in this game. In the MVP Jump, he led the team and even chased around against everyone, but there were instances wherein they were lost. CRM was trying to catch up or maintain their spot, but it's a good thing they were able to get back up. I guess out of all the 6 maps that we've seen today, only 1 has been at a loss for CRM.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Cougar getting the double highlight here alongside Jump for the eliminations, Cougar for the damage and assist. Overall, it's just a CRM game, CRM day. Core memory really stepping it up here. And I really like that, right? Because we were really wondering exactly what has happened to these boys. And now the overall leaderboard, I think we are in for a little bit of a shocker. Let's take a look at the game standings first. Core memory wrapping up things here with a booyah and 13 eliminations with 25 points. He was right behind them, which means they're still going to be running away at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing, though. That is a team that Core Memory is trying to catch up so long for all the 6 matches that we've seen today. And, well, Eva Zivine did mention that they didn't perform well because they're doing a few stuff and they can still maintain that #1 spot. Yeah, I guess that's one thing that's a normal theme for most of the top dogs right now. if we are challenged in terms of our placement in leaderboard, we'll try our best to catch up or to do so much so that they will not be able to push it down. But for today's standing, it's still CRM on the top, but Eva's Divine came very close.
And look at how disappointing it is for the Vietnamese teams down at the bottom. PE, Heavy, GOW all scoring 1 booyah each, but not even in the top 6. This is insane, right? And I'm not talking about the top 6 of the overall leaderboard from yesterday and today's performance. I'm just talking about today. And this has to be something that PE, Heavy, and GOW have a long discussion over today. Well, hopefully not too late because they need to prepare for tomorrow. Because tomorrow is going to be a very important day for these 3 teams. I believe out of them, only Heavy is in the top 6. And looking at that right now, that confirms it. Heavy in the 5th spot. PE, WAG, GOW quite far away from them. Overall, Flash without a single booyah is the best performing Vietnamese team so far in the final week.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing that Todak managed to maintain their spot on the 6th, and they are very close against Heavy, even Team Flash, and one good game. And those two didn't do so well. For tomorrow, they will be able to move up and probably feel a little bit more easier. But Expand also on the 7th spot, who is very close against Todak. So the chances, the hopes for Malaysia is not yet done. The dream is still alive for Malaysia to get into the grand final.
Yeah, very much still alive. Both Todak and Expand can make something work here tomorrow, but the consistency that we saw from today needs to be shown tomorrow as well, because clearly the Vietnamese squads will be looking to catch up and sneak the top 6 spots away for their own region. But of course, team of the day, once again, from Thailand, the one and only Core Memory. And yes, they are definitely in our core memory. The ex-team that they used to be a part of, they lost one of the deadliest snipers out there on the battlefield to Falcons. And now they are slowly but surely making their comeback. 115 total points, 2 booyah, 64 eliminations, 44,000 damage. They definitely tore a hole through the other teams.
Yeah, and even Otho cannot take that away for today. The memory mist will not be taken out at this point because Core Memory has made sure that we will remember them in this FFWS Southeast Asia. But, well, it is 6 games already, and we only have one more day to go. And we've seen this shake-up in terms of leaderboard, the shake-up on the top 6. And yeah, I want to see more of that for tomorrow.
Absolutely. I totally want to see that for tomorrow as well. But unfortunately for some of the teams who have not been bringing their best yesterday and today, Ramos, I'm looking at you, man. It's going to be a tough fight, but not impossible. I mean, certain conditions can still be met, but that literally equals Vamos pulling away at least 3 booyahs and ending up the rest of their matches in the top 3 to guarantee themselves a spot in the top 6 in the grand finals. But I think I'm asking for too much, right, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, if they couldn't pull off at least 2 booyahs or probably 2 games with 20 points overall, pretty tough. Especially all the pressure is on them. A lot of teams will try to go for the catch-up as well because they are that close. So you don't want to be being pushed down even more. And that was the story of PE Sports.
Yeah.
And the WAG as well. So that is those are the teams that would want to catch up, and that would be a tough contender for Vamos.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is here, Vasaka Srivijaya is very far away from GOW, who's in the 10th spot. But apart from that, we are less than 2 digits on the distance between each and every single team, all the way up to the 6th spot, which is Todak. And even from Todak to Heavy, between the 6th and the 5th spot, there's just 11 points. So I think consistency is key for tomorrow, and any of these teams, except Vasaka Srivijaya and Vamos, stands a really strong chance of sneaking themselves into the top 6, into the grand finals. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, that brings us to the end of day 2 here of phase 2 final week. Tomorrow is the final day to qualify for the grand final, so make sure you guys don't miss it. We'll both be there. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustache Show, down here with Neptune, Gentleman Garcia. On behalf of the broadcast, we are wishing you guys goodbye and good night.